A bad mood, gotta keep it tight. Hold my baby squid, keep him out of sight. Talking about my life, government, stay away. If you drive, I'ma do it my own way. Squid in the ocean, swimming all alone. Ain't nobody telling me where to go. Living free, gotta stay true to myself. No need for interference from anyone else. Squid pro quo, that's the way to be. Living on my terms, setting myself free. Mama to my baby, protecting with my no government intrusion. I control my life.
Hey y'all, it's Squid. Welcome back to what seems like the damn Squid Game. Hey Flash fan, how are you? Gail, Roy, just finished listening to Closing Arguments, Broken Baker. Yeah, I've been like on and off, same as most every day, just popping in, popping out, popping in, popping out. And John, how are you tonight? I feel like I haven't talked to you in forever. And Musey, waiting for the hostess with the Moses. Thank you. This is the hair in all its good Lord glory. This is what happens when I do not take effort to straighten or give myself a blowout or something. It's just a hot freaking mess. But you know what? Here we are. It's going pretty well. You can see the top of baby Squid's head right here. She is chilling. It's been quite the busy day. We really haven't done much and yet busy at the same time. It's weird. I can't believe it's already after 7 o'clock. Rogue Mama, yes, chat rules. Don't be a thunder cow. Don't talk trash about baby Squid. You talk trash about baby Squid, you activate Mama Bear mode. Mama Bear mode gets activated. Not good for anybody. And hit the dang like button. As always, my mods do have a list of auto-ban people, so if you show your face and you start talking crap, you will be auto-banned. I don't give a damn. I am not as tolerant as Megan or as nice as Mo. Hey, Greta. Thank you. Love the hair. Hi. Good to see you here. Yes, another crazy day in court. Megan, enough with the hair. I'm just mentioning it from the start. So Megan is where I got my curly girl routine and where I learned to embrace the crazy. And thank you. We are going to get straight to the point today because they have to read jury instructions. That's 34 pages of what I find incredibly boring. So we have wine. Yes. And if you haven't checked out Rosalind Duke's YouTube band What merch store, if you follow anything about Laura Owens, you know what? Oh boy. No, I'm not worried about. It's the list of these mofos that we don't tolerate. And since the Douche Canoe 2.0 has shown his face in somebody's chat today, Bruce, please upgrade that iPhone 13. You're really, for a lawyer, you're really, really low. Just saying. We are going to get straight to the point. I have this on 1.5 speed because, good Lord, this is why I am so glad that y'all spend time with me at night and we do this, because I don't think I could tolerate this crap. That's why I pop in and out with Mo. Oh, and this is still live, so we are on Verdict Watch. Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, good morning.
What's
Please state your full name and date of birth.
day?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7.
Ms. Boone is seated at council's table wearing a light gray suit and a white blouse. She is in custody, however, will not be wearing any restraints. As such, we will continue to stand when our jury enters and exits. We're here for a charging conference. The court has reviewed, I believe, both parties' red lines as to the jury instructions, including, I believe, that was submitted last night, the defense's red line as to the jury instructions that were provided by the court. Let's try to get as much done as we can until our jury arrives. I believe what we had discussed yesterday was starting at the beginning and moving through as quickly as possible until we get to the real meat of some of the issues in the 3.6F and the 3.6G instructions. Mr. J?
May I remain seated during the charge?
Yes, sir, you may. Thank you. All right. I have in my hand a 34-page document that was emailed to the court last night by counsel for the defense at 12:06 a.m. from Lauren Henderson. That's what the court's going to be relying on. Does everyone have that in front of them?
Yes, sir.
Defense.
Flash fan, you're a little late to the party.
Basis, yes, Judge, I think.
Okay. All right. Let's start on page 1 of 34. 3.1, Introduction to Final Instructions. Any objection to the form of this instruction state?
Now I'm confused. I don't know that I have a 34-page document from them last night. There was an attachment. There was an email 1206.
Hang on. Let me make sure.
Attachments. 36F separate red lines, 36G separate red lines, 8.9 coupled negligence red line separates.
Give me a moment. Then it was what was sent at 11:31 yesterday.
That 34-page document I have.
Okay.
No, 31. I don't know if it's 34. It says 31 to me.
I have it as 34. Okay.
Go for it.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Can I have Ms. Henderson explain how she sent the document?
Fine by me.
Your Honor, yesterday morning, 11:30, I sent the red line instructions from the defense based off the document you had sent to us yesterday morning. And then last night, we approached and I had asked if that format was okay for you. I believe Mr. J had said, could the defense send separate 3.6, 3.F? So it'd be easy to incorporate in your final instructions.
And that's what was sent at 12:05 last night. All right.
It's more convenience for you.
Understood. Okay. But the balance of the instructions, because that just addresses those. What you just advised only speaks to the 3.6, 3.6G instructions.
And F and coupled negligence.
Correct. Okay. All right. So I'm talking about the balance of the instructions that may or may not be at issue.
Yes, sir. That was, the balance of instructions are not an issue. Those are what was sent.
Okay. All right.
Speaking of the mic, sweetheart.
The court has indicated they have a 34-page document.
Yes, sir.
I have a 31-page document that was emailed to us by
Hey, Spawn.
Ms. Henderson at 11:32 in the morning.
Are you looking at October 24 at 11:31 a.m.? Subject, defense proposed jury instructions in red line format?
I'm sorry.
No worries. I'm looking at the email correspondence of October 24, 2024, 11:31 a.m. Subject, defense proposed jury instructions in red line format. Is it possible that you don't have your track changes are off, and maybe that's why? That's the difference.
There are track changes.
In Word, under review, or I can just have Madam Clerk print out 2 more copies. And we can just work our way through that.
The track changes for everyone is still only 31 pages.
I just forward it to Madam Clerk. I'm gonna have her print out 2 copies. That way we've got hard copies, so we seem to be all on the same page.
Yeah, I feel bad for that whole side of the family. Because, I mean, I know, like, after seeing those videos, like, I was under the impression that it was mutual combat. I was giving Sarah the benefit of the doubt that both crazy, both alcoholics, both crazy, both instigated and initiated crap. But after seeing all those videos yesterday, no. I feel so bad. That's why I use Jorge's screen or picture in my screenshot or in my thumbnail, because like the world needs to know that he was not as bad as these 3 nutcases are trying to make him out to be. Alleged nutcases. So appreciate that, Flash fan. And Flash Fan also did send me the link to Colin Griffith's first court hearing. That is the 17-year-old who allegedly unalived his mom in Polk County, Florida, with Sheriff Grady. And he got away with killing his father in self-defense in 2021 or 2022. So Flash Fan is my my source for links. Links. He is the best at that because it saves me so much time because I'm lazy sometimes. 2023. Okay. I was like, I knew it was recent, but not recent. So, hey, Cynthia, how are you? And since we are sitting here shuffling papers, we are going to, because you know me, I hate this. And since this is still live, the judge said be ready to stay till 11. So 4 more hours, we might be pulling an all-nighter tonight. But the good thing is we get to skip through portions
Both
of.
parties was provided to the court yesterday, a 34-page document, which includes the defense's red line with regard to the proposed jury instructions. We'll start on page 1 of 34. Instruction 3.1, introduction to final instructions. Any objection to the form of this instruction, state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Moving to page 2 of 34, instruction 3.2, statement of the charge. State?
No objection.
Defense?
No objection.
Moving to page 3 of 34, 7.1, introduction to homicide. Those 3 paragraphs, any objection?
No objection to state.
No objection.
Moving to the
Yeah,
next portion,
I mean-
justifiable homicide in the singular paragraph. Any objection, state?
No objection.
Defense?
No objection.
Moving to excusable homicide and the 4 paragraphs, including paragraphs numbered 1, 2, and 3. State?
No objection. I have no objection to anything I stated.
Okay, thank you. Defense?
No objection.
Does
Moving to
anybody
page
have a problem with me
434, 7.4,
skipping
second
this?
degree murder instruction.
Because all they're doing is going over
Defense,
jury
any objection to
instructions
the
and they're going to read
instruction?
through it.
Objection.
And
They have
also
to
the
read it
removal
to
of
the-
the lesser included chart on page 5 of 34, correct?
Correct.
Kiwi, I don't
Moving to
know.
page 6 of 34,
but-
instruction 3.4, when there are
I kinda
lesser
hope
included
so.
crimes or attempts.
One, because
My only question is, I understand from the defense, they're looking to see culpable negligence. Is a lesser included?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would that not need to be
I
included
don't
here?
think.
Yes, Your
Oh,
Okay, so is the only addition to this, the balance of the 3.4 instruction would be correct with the exception of the last sentence, which would read, the lesser crimes, plural, indicated in the definition of second degree murder is manslaughter and fault
I was originally thinking Monday
No edits stated.
for a verdict.
at this time. Everybody's here, thank you, sir. Other than the 3.6 instructions in the state's request for,
Because they
Others.
have to read all these to the jury anyway, and I really don't think.
okay. Do you recall what color her hair was?
Yes.
What-
Can I tell you?
Please.
Dark brown or black?
Is it the shorter juror? Okay, thank you very much. State, any further questions?
Can I tell you over there?
Yesterday.
When we were walking back from lunch and we saw that they were gathered and I asked Deputy if he knew what was going on and he said it was somebody talking about domestic violence.
Okay, and you said we were walking. Who's we?
Another juror, I don't want to say her name.
Okay, all right. Is that a juror that was on our panel here?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Do you recall where they may have been seated?
No, in the back over there.
Okay. Do you recall what color her hair was?
Yes.
What-
Can I tell you?
Please.
Dark brown or black?
Is it the shorter juror? Okay, thank you very much. State, any further questions?
And after you were told what was going on, then what happened?
I walked back in.
All right. Did you hear any of the speakers?
I couldn't hear anything.
Anything further from the defense?
Ma'am, did that affect your ability to stand?
Can the parties approach for a moment?
I'm getting a nope from Musi, and if she says nope, I'm tempted to believe her. So maybe Monday, but I don't know. So we are going to. Yep. Oh, I feel bad for the judge with the FSU.
We stand
cup.
for you. You do not need to stand. We stand for you.
That doesn't surprise me. I'm thinking guilty. The thing about self-defense, even in battered spouse, self-defense, you have to be in imminent harm. They were laughing, which means that she was not in imminent danger. Imminent danger.
State you
means
recognize her
somebody has their hands
Defense,
around
you
your
recognize her
throat, or
You'll be seated. Thank you. Again, members of the jury, if I can see those hands, you complied with the instructions during that really short break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Thank you very much. Mr. J, you may proceed, sir.
Permission to publish from states 21, which is previously marked as P for identification.
You may proceed, sir.
Again, this is a DVD exhibit with 2 folders in the main directory. One entry is in a folder
Okay.
called attachments.
I'm hoping
Another
for a
is
verdict
PDF
tonight.
labeled extraction.
There's more videos or text.
For the record, it is 108 pages, and the entire document will go back to the jury, and there will be a laptop provided to them to utilize this exhibit.
I stopped paying
For purposes
attention
of
to
litigation,
baseball
we're going to
after
go by
my
page number and
Brewers
date,
did
unless
amazing during the
requires more
season and
specificity.
crappy in
To
the
and from, I'm going
postseason.
to just use the name of contact if one exists or the phone number.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Page 1, creation time for notes. 7:49, asking Jorge or George not to be despicable to me, making more drink after he guzzled his and I shared mine. On page 2, date March 8th, 2018. You are now in a relationship with Jorge or George on Facebook. Metadata entry 100014, etc. for Jorge Torres to Sarah Boone, owner. Page 3, May 21st, 2019, from 407-716-8684 to Melissa. And he can still live here, correct? Or until I decide to finally get him out if he doesn't clean up his act after tomorrow. On page 9, May 30th, 2019, from a contact labeled as mom, Jorge or George, to 407-716-8684, which I will just refer to as owner in future references. Where is my clippers in the gray box? From owner to mom, Jorge, all capitals, dumpster, separate message, like you, separate message, so is your 2 shirts, separate message, no more Rick and Morty, a response from contact mom, Jorge, to owner, okay. From owner to mom, Jorge, Lucas cried when he saw the adventure fund was gone. Thank you. No wonder you're out. Fuck off. From owner, he's the one that broke it because you took it. From owner, wanted to go on an adventure. On to page 10. From owner, be proud, feel good. You made my, quote unquote, our son cry. Cheese stick, Lucas, your kids, get the fuck out of my life and my son's. No one, spinster, good, for nothing. Dumpster diver, that's what you are, and the rest of you.
Wow.
Later on the same page, owner to mom, Jorge, get all of you. Mean, selfish, fuck all you. Your firstborn is a joke. Going on to page 11, same date of May 30th, 2019, from owner to mom, Jorge, get the fuck out of my life. Lucas 2, bad influence. From Jorge to owner, I am, as you can see, go drink your life away. From owner to mom, Jorge, your kids are 2. Yuck. Shucks, I only have 1. Beaters, your 3 together. Yuck. Going on to page 12, from owner to mom, Jorge, still dated 5/30/2019. Gross, and all the time, gross. Mom, Jorge to owner, I love that guy. You're the one who kicked me out. Owner to Jorge, mom, finally, get your shot together and check me out in 2 to 3 months. Hope you're there. Unless I find someone better. Shit, together. From mom, Jorge to owner, are you serious? Owner to mom, Jorge, that's what happens? No. Mom, Jorge to owner, I'm helping out dad right now. Call you in a few. Owner to mom, Jorge, can you help me put out? Fuck off. Jorge, mom to owner, how? No problem. From 267-216-5170 to owner, damn, you can only talk when you're drunk and talking shit. Owner to the previously mentioned 267 number, stop calling, texting my phone. He's not here anymore. And it's damn. 267 number to owner, NP, you didn't have to be a bitch about it. Owner to 267. Going on to page 13, still May 30th, 2019. Yo, I like you all. He's a dick and the sheriff just left. Sorry I couldn't text back. I'll always respect you all. You know that he's not here anymore. And yes, I am a bitch. So are you. 267 to owner. Look, I'm not here to be taking shots at you. I never called you a bitch. I said you were acting like one. I'm not going to be here going back and forth on some childish shit. Have a good night. Owner to the 267 number. Friends forever. Thank you. Would love to chat sometime. Call his parents, I guess.
I mean,
Further down on page 13, now on to May 31st, 2019, from owner to mom, Jorge. Tell Jorge to call me. I want my things he took. I have his birth certificate and propane certificate. Until then, if he wants those back. And I have your quote unquote art box. Mom Jorge to owner, stop being petty. I did not take anything that wasn't mine, I swear. Owner to mom Jorge, you're a liar. I never can believe you from all the other lies. You stop being petty and take shit like you always do. Another one bites the dust, Jorge. Hope you're miserable like you've made everyone else. Mom Jorge to owner, I'm not lying. Owner to mom Jorge, Lucas said he won't miss you either. When I get mine back, you'll get yours. Mom Jorge to owner, I didn't take it. I'm coming over in a few to get my stuff, and I'm coming with Jean and Melissa. Going on to page 14. Owner to mom Jorge, go for it. Bring mine W. Mom Jorge to owner, I don't have anything of yours. That's why I'm coming with them so they can bury that. Owner to mom Jorge, I don't care. They're not going to babysit you because you're an asshole and got kicked out after being taken off the lease. Mom Jorge to owner, they seen what I had in my hands. Owner to mom Jorge, still don't care or believe you. I'm going to get Lucas anyway, so don't waste their time or mine. Mom Jorge to owner, exactly. Owner to mom Jorge, you are a visitor and a terrible resident. Boyfriend too. Just go away unless you bring my stuff. Mom Jorge to owner, I don't have your shit, Sarah. I need my birth certificate. Owner to mom Jorge, I don't give a shit either. I worked for that birth certificate, voter's registration, and your ID card. Just because your name is on them doesn't make them yours. Even paid for them. I needed you to be a man and take care of me, not beat me, call me names, and make me feel like I'm not a person. Not giving back until I have mine. Mom Jorge to owner, whatever, Sarah. Owner to mom Jorge, next step is restraining order. Know that. You can come over here 100 times. Doesn't mean I have to open the door. Good one, Jorge. Go away. Mom Jorge to owner, whatever. Owner to mom Jorge, it's been a great day without you. Will be from now on. Mom Jorge to owner, you need to do. Owner to mom Jorge, enjoy living with your parents at 41 with no girlfriend and lonely. It was the inevitable, just like it has been before. Owner to Jorge, mom, did you take Lucas's sunglasses? Mom Jorge to owner, OMFG, no, I did not. Turning to June 2nd, page 15, 1:10:57 a.m. from owner to mom Jorge. Jorge, question mark, call me. If Jorge is with you, can you have him call me, please? Text to Mo. Mama. 1:18, 16 seconds on June 2nd. Owner to mom Jorge, I beat you to the punch. Want to do the dartboard with me? Come.
it's been crazy.
Owner to Mo, I know you won't answer, Mo. Tell him to come finish the dartboard with me, please. Owner to Mo, I miss him. Owner to mom Jorge, ask Jorge to call me, please, when he gets a minute. June 2nd, 7:43:40 a.m. Can you have Jorge call me, please, when he gets a chance if he's with you? 7:45 a.m. Owner to Mo. Going on to page 16, June 2nd, 2019, 10:50 a.m., 55 seconds. Owner to Mo, hello. Can you please have Jorge call me? Willing to give back. Don't know if he's there or at parents. Really want to see him. Owner to mom Jorge at 10:52, 16 a.m. Not pursuing after 12 o'clock.
Hey, Rosalind.
Again. 12:19 p.m., 23 seconds. Owner to mom Jorge, please call. Come over. I'll come get you. Come over, please. I need a super hug. Hugs, please. Need you.
Welcome home.
6:23 p.m. Owner to Anna. He doesn't live here anymore. Call parents or Mo in response to an incoming phone call that was made at 6:10 p.m., 54 seconds from Anna to owner.
I wonder what happened when Mo heard
Entry
that.
9803, 9804 in the PDF form, June 2nd, 2019.
All these people are.
Image 0092.heic.
Oh.
Capture time 6:33:01 p.m. Image 0093 HEIC captured 6:33:26 p.m. Publishing from attachments.
It's crazy. Like, how could you, like, okay, I've been
Image
Yeah,
underscore
a little bit of a
0092 metadata
bitch, but
showing
this is crazy.
6/2/2019, 6:33 p.m.
Cracking up. It's terrible that I think it's funny, but I do.
It's just, like last night, I just sat there like this. Like,
Image
I just,
or IMG underscore
could not.
0093 metadata date taken 6/2/2019, 6:33
like,
p.m.
I was in awe. Like, I've never been in that kind of a relationship, and like, I just can't fathom what that like what that feels like.
6:34 p.m., 51 seconds, June 2nd, 2019. Outgoing from owner to Mom Jorge. All up to you now, big boy. And for the record, those images were sent to Mom Jorge at 6:34 p.m., 33
no.
seconds. Look what you made me do. Or maybe your mom will for you. Response from Mom Jorge to owner. Wow, that's really childish. Owner to Mom Jorge, but effective.
Oh
Mom
my
Jorge
God.
to owner. Yeah, I see what you were doing. Did Lucas leave? Owner to Mom Jorge. I'm watching shadows. Be gone for good. Minus birth certificate. Mom Jorge to owner. Okay, cool. Enjoy. Owner to Mom Jorge. Am.
Not
Nice.
everybody is like her.
You're not. And nice was from Mom Jorge to owner. Going on to page 17. This is still June 2nd, 2019. Mom Jorge to owner. Yes, I am. You are not, though. Owner to Mom Jorge. To who? Your mom? Brothers? Not me. Mom Jorge to owner. To everyone. Owner to Mom Jorge, but me. Mom Jorge to owner. I love you. Owner to Mom Jorge. I'm going out at 8. Get dressed. I've given you since noon. Peace out, Boy Scout. Mom Jorge to owner. I'm coming over with a handle.
What the
I was helping
absolute?
Pop all day cut grass. Owner to Mom Jorge. Yay, you. Getting in the shower, then out. Bye-bye. Mom Jorge to owner.
Excuse me, can we approach the bench?
Yes.
So, Musi, what you're talking about is very interesting because earlier in the trial, they brought up the fact that the widowmaker artery was like, I can't remember the exact percentage, but 80-90% clogged, and that he could have had a fatal heart attack at any time. And
I'm already showered
defense,
and dressed. Mom Jorge to owner.
the defense kind of made it sound like, well, maybe he had a heart attack while in there. So it's interesting that what you're talking about is very interesting to me and very, frankly, kind of bizarre. Not gonna lie. But how's it going, Rosalind?
I'm having connection issues. As you
Get
as
home
you
from
can probably
Vegas and
tell.
still have connection issues. I feel like
AT&T.
they will deliberate to the point that if the time it takes them to fill out the jury forms.
Right.
Like, this is pretty much,
Yeah.
there might be
Go out and
one
get a snack.
Yeah, snack and a break.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's what I would
all
do.
right. Like these text messages, like I've been known to be not nice over text sometime, but like telling someone's mother that, like, just like, no. Like, Mr. Squid's mother and I are not fans of each other right now, but still, I would never speak to her like that.
I know.
Like, just no. Like,
Just a piece
no.
of work.
Yeah, piece of work is putting it lightly.
Owner.
Oh,
Hello? Text from Anna to owner. You're rude as hell, but okay. Owner to Anna. Your dad is a POS, but okay. At least you know and will stop calling owner to Anna. Futile.
I think Anna is one
Anna,
of George's daughters.
Owner. CTFU as you are a piece of shit, but that's God's business, not mine. Have a good day, Coke whore. Since you like to switch it up, I'll do the same. Don't text me back either, fake ass.
It's not that the texts themselves are funny. It's the fact that an attorney is reading them in the most like
Yes.
monotone, like instead
Oh
of,
my
I'm pretty sure when
God.
they were typing this, it was like, you bitch. Like,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
If he did voices, it would be funnier.
that's what's kind of funny.
Oh Lord.
Page 20 of 108, June 9th, 2019. From owner to Philip. He's off the lease. The process has begun.
Dun, dun, dun.
And you never put
22,
anything in
June
text
11th,
that you don't want somebody
2019.
else seeing.
Metadata only shows to
Exactly.
you, Mom Jorge. You tell your son he's not welcome here, taken off the lease and bound, worthless. Don't show his ugly fucked up face around here again. Police
I'm
will
not
be called.
surprised.
Ask him if it was worth it and ride my bike he has. Say Hispanic, that's what you all are. And he can watch all the porn he wants from the phone Mom gave him.
Oh. Has she never met a man?
Toddlers and
before?
children. I mean, how, like, I I feel like because he had an alcohol problem too, that like he wouldn't go back to his parents' house or his mom's house and just stay there.
Right.
Like, yeah,
Page 26, June 14th, 2019, 11:38:56 p.m. To Mom Jorge. Wow, congrats, blackouts and whoring. We wanted to see him. Hot house, 7 people. Mission to work on my bike. Repeat. Candy Crush. Fuck himself. Shit job. Repeat.
I understand why he has to read it like that. It's just funny because it makes me think of my anatomy and physiology professor
Same
that
page,
talked
June
about the
15th,
reproductive
2019,
system
7:37
like
p.m., 48
this.
seconds.
And
To
we all
Melissa,
laughed like
just
toddlers.
an FYI, if my place gets effed up, I'm letting you know. He's in jail. Thanks for the prompts. I'm at my ex's house. Please don't let this reflect on me as a tenant. You said to call cops. I did. He's gone. We're both proud now. I consider you my friend. Melissa, why was he in your apartment?
It's kind of one of those things too, is like you have to laugh about it because it's just so, like we were talking about making fun of somebody today, and it was like, well, in our defense, we make fun of everybody and everything because that's the only way to survive this crap
Right.
without going insane. So
Right.
it's kind of how I feel right now. I have to laugh at it because it's just, it's either laugh or you're going to break down in tears and lose your ever loving mind.
I mean, I think after yesterday and the videos, this is like comic relief. Like this
Page
is
38, notes.
a relief to
Time,
hear this
June
over.
26, 2019, 5:56:57 a.m.
Yeah.
6:14,
I'm
X videos,
I'm not
10:03
gonna lie,
a.m.
living
Sarah
in
Banks,
or working in healthcare, I'm a
5:03
little
Banks,
jaded
6:13,
to
Metro activation 6:12.
crazy stuff.
Skipping down. X videos 6:2, 6:13 p.m. X videos 6:1. X videos 5:31, 9:56 a. Who's Christine? Friend FB. Going to meet up? Question. Calling her beautiful? Question. Said she thought you were avoiding her when down here. Said no, I was not beautiful. FB nonchalant Quay. Thanks for adding me. You are exquisite. Facebook messaging Camille 6:13, 9:42. Facebook or FB Pamela Erickson sending pictures of yourself, telling her good morning 7:14, 12:13 a.m. FB Crystal going to woo her, sweep her off her feet, going to change her mind. Luck is my middle name. Sent her pics, kiss emojis, called her beautiful after returning to the condo.
Oh, yeah.
Said you had to pick up your brother. Sent pics of beer. Sent her struts. Could have been me. Sent her songs, but not me. Messaged bunny kiss emojis. Convo. Sent puppy kiss emoji. Would love to take her out and see a movie. Told her about what you do in the shadows. Would love to watch Creed 2 with her. Want to snuggle with her and eat popcorn. Sent heart-hugging animal emoji. Want to play a board game with her. Asked to FaceTime call her. Called her amazing. Messaging at 7:30 a. 6:14, 6:15, 2 days. FB Crystal liking all her posts. Quote, losing someone who doesn't respect or appreciate you is actually a gain, not a loss. Can't compare me to the next girl because there is no competition. I'm one of a kind and that's real.
Oh. So weird.
It's just
Continuing on to page 39. Same note.
unhinged. Someone
I
had the
found
gut
everything on your
call me
phone,
unhinged
all your
because
messenger
I was
texts, telling
angry.
Christine you want to meet up with her when she's here, calling her beautiful, thanking nonchalant Quay for adding you, calling her exquisite, telling Pamela Erickson good morning and sending pictures at 12:38 a.m., messaging Camille, then the whole 2-day convo with Crystal, how dare you, and send pictures wearing my wedding ring. You are a cheating, lying scumbag. I will never trust you. Why don't you put your mugshot up, or I will since I have your phone and log in, and tell everyone why you're in jail for the 3rd time. Let them know you beat your wife and she put you there because she couldn't take it anymore. I want nothing to do with you ever again. I've become a different person since you've been gone, with less stress, anxiety, and worry. I feel safe, comfortable, happier with you not here or seeing you at all. I can say through I do have heartbreak after going through your phone. Thank you for always.
She's so
doing right.
terrified of
I
him.
knew when you told me your mom gave you one that you'd be back to your slimy ways. You will never change. I hope it was all worth it, all of it, including losing my debit card for the 3rd time to buy beer and cigarettes, which put you back where you belong. I know for a fact you were not worth any of it. I just can't believe after everything I've done for you, including all I did to get you out of jail, and you do this to me. This is cheating.
Oh, Flash fan, I'm sure I'll be here at 9:45. This is going to be
page 40,
a late night.
Page 41, and ends with never truly yours.
The good thing is we get to skip through jury or
Page 42,
verdict watch.
June 26th, 2019, 8:06 p.m., 16 seconds. Outgoing from owner to Mo. Just wanted to let you know to tell Jorge I found all his messages, kissy face heart emojis with Crystal and other bitches on FB, along with all his porn after he swore to me he wasn't doing any of that anymore. I'm not doing anything more for him, and he will try and keep him in jail as long as I can. Cheating snake weasel. Ask him all about it or have your parents the next time they talk to him. I'm not anymore. So hurtful after all I've done for him. He can rot in there for all I care. Going on to page 43, to Mo from owner. And I will be there for the hearing next week and his arraignment on both charges. Peace out, fucks, aka Torres.
God, what a bitch. Like, I just can't. General,
Page 43.
I'm sure
from
you'll
owner
be
to
all
Mo,
right.
6/26/2019, 9:59:14 p.m.
It'll suck for the first like 2 weeks, but after that,
Begins.
you'll
Hi,
be
I was
good.
thinking if you could get out, I'd really love it if you take me to a movie.
Oh, I
Or we
can't
could
see
snuggle like we
chat
do and
because
watch
I'm on the
Creed 2,
phone, but
get some
sorry,
popcorn and
General.
pretzels, maybe
Gonna
talk about what
repeat
kind of
your
other
thoughts
movies
for
we
you.
like or find a fun board game to play together. I know your favorite is Avalon. What do you think? I was also thinking the other day about how much I miss you sending me pictures of yourself throughout the day, sending me songs you wanted to hear or thought I'd like. But what I really miss are the kissy love emojis you would send just because I really miss those, especially the ones with hearts. They'd always make me smile. I knew you were thinking about me. You do Crystal, though. Even asked her to FaceTime. What would you do if you found me having this convo with Ben or John or anyone other than you? I'd be beaten to a bloody pulp. You don't do any of these things anymore, but yet you wear your wedding ring and mine around your neck and tell me how much you love me. But you're telling this woman who looks like TPT you want to snuggle with, take out to a movie, play board games with questions, sending music, cutesy, kissy love emojis to like you used to me, telling her you want to woo her, sweep her off her feet. How do you think that makes me feel? Why don't you say that to me? Going
Yeah,
on.
but she was so scared of
Rest
him.
of page 43.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Page 44.
terrified.
Including on page 44, dirty cheat, enjoy your porn and jerking yourself off secretly so your parents don't see you and your ugly new girlfriends.
Oh,
But I think you
I
Come
can't
on
wait
now.
to finally be with a real man, Ben, who will and has taken care of me. Can't wait to see what he's like in bed. I already know he kisses. Hope it was all worth it. I'm free. As you told Crystal in your messenger text, you're single with a little cutesy dancing dinosaur. Wow, now you really are. You're despicable. Next text is XOXO from Mo to owner.
I mean, it sounds like they broke up every other day.
Page 50.
Yeah.
6/28/2019, 10:55:47 p.m. from owner to Mo. Just know I can do so much more damage than all of you put together. Know that. Going on to page.
That sounds like a threat.
Try me.
That is a threat.
Sounds like a threat. Well, that sounds like a promise.
Well, she did it.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. They don't deny that she did it. They just have to prove self-defense, and that's just not happening. I don't see that happening.
I don't either. Not after those
Page
videos.
72, July 20th, 2019, 11:34 p.m.
Not after
From
that video.
Janice to owner. No metadata, but from Janice. Sorry it's so late. I just read your text. He seemed fine when I saw him at your apartment this morning. He answered the door right away, but was quite bummed out that he overslept. But I was okay and told him, no problem, just get ready and come to work in about half an hour. Then I texted your phone and asked if he would rather work the afternoon shift and get some sleep, but he never answered, so I have no idea where he is or what he's doing. What happened last night, he had a black eye. He said it was new because I asked him and I told him to put makeup on it. He said he had that taken care of. Did you two get in it again? He acted like when I told him he had a black guy. At first, he didn't know what I was talking about. I guess he kind of blacked out. You can call me back if you want. 11:30 p.m., 38 seconds. From owner to mom, Jorge. Janice just called me looking for Jorge and she's pissed. Congrats.
Grief.
Jesus, Pete. He had a black eye, but she was the one being abused. Yeah.
Mhm.
Just make it make sense. Oh, and the only way to make it make sense is that Sarah's a manipulative, you
Mhm.
know.
Page 82, 8/21, August 21st, 2019. From Jorge to owner. I love you, my friend, my love, my queen, my everything.
Yeah, Tim, I
includes everything I
saw
did.
that. I'm so happy for that. That wasn't too
Yes.
far from here. That was in Savannah. So that little boy was so stinking cute too. Like so cute. Not as cute as you though. Hey. No. Not from me. I wish it would rain. The last time it rained here was Helene. Come on. Come on. Oh. they're having to sit through this. He looks like he's about to cry or like jump over the he's torn between wanting to cry and wanting to jump over that little partition and beat the crap out of her. Come on. What is he objecting to? And like, what's taking so dang long?
I just have a short instruction to read to you. Members of the jury, the state showed you portions of what was entered into as State's Exhibit 21. It is not the entirety of State's Exhibit 21. The entirety of State's Exhibit 1 will go back to you into the deliberation room with a laptop for you to review all the exhibits and text messages and the total conversations over and above what was highlighted by the state. With that, State, do you have any other witnesses, evidence, or testimony to provide?
Your Honor, at this time, the state rests its rebuttal case.
Okay. Anything further from the defense? You want to approach?
I just think we have some issues outside of procedure.
Of course.
Okay.
I have one thought, though, that requires a quick vote.
Come on up.
Again.
Mm-hmm.
This time
I just get more irritated with her attorney.
yeah.
We'll bring you back in for additional instructions on where we think we're going to go after that. Similar instruction that I've given you over the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Mr. Owens, do you have any intention on putting on a sir rebuttal in this case, sir?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Thunder Cow in her all her glory. Somebody actually texted me and asked me what Thunder Cow meant. It was like,
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms.
Like
Boone,
the
I've got a couple of questions to go over with you, ma'am.
a baby
previously
food
sworn this
friendly
morning.
version of
You've had the opportunity
See
to
you next
review
Tuesday.
and participate in the trial. You've had the opportunity to review the rebuttal case as provided by the state. You've had the opportunity to review and listen to that evidence and witness any cross-examinations as it relates to the state's witnesses in their rebuttal case. Are you satisfied with your attorney's representation of you in this matter?
Definitely.
And are you still on board with the strategy that has been utilized in your defense?
Yeah.
Now, your lawyers yesterday told the court that they may want to put on a sir rebuttal, which would be a limited rebuttal to the evidence presented by the state in their rebuttal, both yesterday and today. Your lawyers have indicated that they do not intend on doing that. Similar to other conversations we've had, ma'am, I don't want to know specifics. I just want to know if you and your lawyers have had these conversations. Have you had a conversation with your attorneys about putting on a sir rebuttal or a reply in response to the state's rebuttal? You had that conversation. Are you on board with the strategy employed by your lawyers that they are not seeking to put on a sir rebuttal in this case?
I am.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that we need to address? State.
Judge, you remember you were going to
Yes, thank you, sir. Ms. Boone, at the conclusion of the state's presentation of State's Exhibit 21, Mr. Owens had approached and advised the court of some objections, specifically with regard to the co-ownership or co-usage of the phone. The court is not permitted to comment on the evidence, and your lawyer was seeking an instruction from the court to advise our jury that both you and Mr. Torres had access to that cell phone. I'm prohibited from commenting on the evidence. Now, that doesn't prevent your lawyer or the state from speaking about that in their closing arguments. Just as a matter of law, I am not able to advise the jury as to what that evidence is. The second request pertained to the state moving from place to place through those 108 pages, moving from timestamp to timestamp. The state chose to present that evidence in that manner, which is why I gave that instruction to the jury that not the entirety of Exhibit 21 was provided to them as to what the state produced, and they'll have to have the opportunity to review that in its entirety when they go to deliberate. Do you have any questions about that so far?
So far, no.
Okay. The last portion, ma'am, pertained to the cadence or tone in which you and Mr. Torres communicated with each other. I have no knowledge as to how you and Mr. Torres communicated in text form as to what the tone was behind those words. Your lawyer advised me that there was an objection and you had some concerns as to the way Mr. J may have read those text messages to the jury. I found that the way that he read them was benign in a flat tone and did not exacerbate or excite any of the language that was in there. He had read them in as a monotone way as possible in presenting to the jury. And I didn't notice any changes in his cadence or heightening or lowering in the volume or tense or tone utilized in presenting that information to the jury.
Owens literally objected to the way they were read.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jesus freaking Pete, man. Like, is there something that he can't complain about?
No.
It's like Karen. What's the male version of Karen? Is that like Brad? Not sorry, no offense to IT Goatee, but like, what's the name for Karen, the male version? Like
Todd,
Brad or it like Chad?
K-word.
Like
Chad
I just
is something else.
well, yeah, that too, but like just how like is there something that you won't object to? And I understand he has to defend his client, but at the same time, there's some things that are just effing ridiculous.
Do you have any other questions for me, ma'am? Anything else we need to address, Mr. Owens?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else we need to address, State?
Yeah.
Okay. How would we like to proceed with the charging conference. Do we want to bring back on our jury? It is 10:33 and advise them, this is when we think you want to come back because we're going to be addressing the law to provide to you. And that's something I need to do outside of your presence. How do we want to proceed at this time?
I think hopefully 10:33 to 11 noon should do it for 3.6F. It is convoluted, but I think the parties have narrowed it down to really just a couple of things.
God, even the way he stands, like,
we have to finish up getting the jury instructions ready for you. That's something that we have to do now after the evidence is included, and we'll see at 1.
I say 1:30, Judge, in the abundance of caution, because, Mr. Henderson, I know this is going to be an issue, and it's going to take a little bit of time, and then we want to go to lunch and give them a chance, because there's going to be a 3-hour speech session. I don't know if you give them a break in between prosecutor's statement, my statement, or how you do
We
that.
may, depending on just the time of it.
why are you
But
standing
for
over
1:30,
there?
That's going to go to 2:30, 3:30, 4:30. So just before 5. I think that's plenty of time in case he goes a little bit longer, I get a little bit.
And I still have to read the jury instructions as well. So, I mean, with 34 pages and I read quickly, as Madam Court Reporter will advise me.
They're going to have
yes.
the reading along with
Yes.
you.
So once we make all these changes, every member in the box will have a paper copy. You, Mr. Owens, and your team, along with Ms. Boone, will have a copy. The state will have a copy. Madam Court Reporter will have a copy, and I will. And I will read line by line all the way up into the 2.7 instruction. At that point in time, I will stop. I will advise our jury that we're going to begin with closings. State will go. You will go. State will have an opportunity for rebuttal. And then I'll finish with the verdict and final instructions. Discharge our alternates at that time. I'll go back and thank them and give them their jury certificate forms. And then we'll release the jury. I'll have a final colloquy with your client. And then we'll review all the evidence to send back with the exception of the baseball bat.
And perhaps in case they haven't inferred, let them know that they're getting the case tonight, so they plan to say.
Except for the baseball bat.
Yes.
How late are you going to keep them?
9 o'clock is the norm. I may, because it's the weekend and it's Friday, I may seek special dispensation from the chief to stay longer. I plan on communicating with the chief during the lunch hour as to that issue, if she'll let me. I don't know if it's at her discretion. I know I have to seek approval after 7. I'm not worried about that. I know, and I would prefer them to work late into the evening if they're on board with doing that, rather than coming back Monday. Okay, all right. If you all would be so kind to give me a moment so I can go back up to chambers, get with Ms. Barrios, and I'll get paper copies of everything from the revisions that we made this morning. Let's the way to fly. Let's.
Oh, somebody brought dinner out. Smell it.
General. Chad a douche, Darren a Karen, Richard a dick, Donald a dog. Oh boy.
Oh, hey, the Duke just got home. I'll catch you in a bit.
All right. Tell him I said hi.
Okay, I will.
Bye.
Bye, y'all. Bye, Chad.
Recognize our jury.
What
I
is
think
with
y'all can be seated.
lawyers?
Members, there's
not
jury number 2 in
wearing
the back.
clothes
He's ready. He
that
gets it. All right, can you raise those hands one more time for me? Our record reflect hands have been raised as compliance with regard to the court's instructions. Members, at this point in time, the state and the defense and I need to discuss the law to be given to you in instructions. That's going to take a little bit of time. So we're going to go ahead and excuse you at this point in time for a longer lunch break than what you've had previously. And we're going to ask you to come back here at 1:30. At that point in time, the court will begin to instruct you on the law that you are to apply in this case. Then the parties will begin with their closing arguments. The state will go first, then the defense. Then the state will have the opportunity to rebut any of the defense's arguments. After hearing the closing arguments, the court will provide you final instructions before releasing you to deliberate in this matter. We may work past 9 o'clock tonight. We may go late into the evening. So if there are any plans or things that you need to reach out to, as we discussed last week during jury selection, that we could work till late as 9, and we may work later than that this evening. If there's anyone that has any concerns as to working that late, please raise your hands at this time. Court sees no hands. I would also ask of you, if you could, please reach out to any family members or friends to, one, advise them that you're on the jury and we'll be deliberating this evening. And if there's any accommodations or issues with minor children or family that need to be taken care of, I would ask you that you take care of that during our lunch break.
And the emergency phone numbers,
Yes, we will provide you, the court deputy will provide you the emergency phone number when we get back from lunch, so you can provide that during a break that we'll have this afternoon to any friends or family or loved ones if they need to get in contact with you. I'll give you a similar instruction that I've given you over the last couple of days. I know you're probably tired of it, but I got to give it to you one more time. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not you must not use phones, computers, or electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I thank you for your attentiveness, service, and sacrifice. We'll see you at 1:30. Juror number 2 in the back. Yes, sir.
Question.
Answer.
Parking, we're gonna be here for some time. Can we leave and come back and get the stamps and the thing?
We will have you that answer when we come back. Madam Clerk's going to figure that out for you. All right, thank you very much.
Can you say hi? Can you say hi? You're not gonna say hi? Pretty girl.
Could you do that, Officer Jones? So I've been advised, you know what, rather than double speak, could you just tell me what it was? Say it for the record what it was.
Judges approve or to roll call stands or out of the courthouse garage, they can come back and they do stand cards.
So they can leave this point. Don't touch the
And I'll approve that. So, State, anything else we got to discuss other than the jury instructions? Defense. Okay, court's going to run upstairs, put the finishing touches on what we agreed to this morning. I'll bring back paper copies for everyone, and we can continue the charging conference. At that time, court's going to be in a short recess. We'll be back as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Ready? You had another in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. We are moving right along. A short break. Do.
Let me get appearances for the state. Okay, where might Mr. Owens be?
Yes, Mr. Owens is doing some preparation. I am.
Mr.
Okay. If
Owens.
the state and the defense can approach, I have paper copies of the revised jury instruction. You'll see on the bottom of each page is a file and path name. That's just for my own edification of where I've stored them, so that we make additional changes. The revisions that we discussed earlier today have already been made. There's still a couple cleanups that I need to do just to get rid of the formatting items, but all the revisions that we spoke about this morning have been included. With that, I think that takes us to page 9 of 28 in the 3.6F instruction. I also have the defendant's revised portions is the 3.6. Just for the court's clarification, is what is in
Sorry, King
page
Rob,
9 of
I
28
haven't
of what
seen
was
any of
provided to the
this.
parties? Is that the same as the
I don't
separate
watch during the
defense
day.
3.6F
all the
instruction?
time.
Yes, Your Honor, it was only provided from what units we would copy based on the-
Got it. Okay, so should we be relying on the 3.6F instruction you, Ms. Henderson, sent last night?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. State, do you have that?
I did a copy.
Okay, all right. Tell me when you have it pulled up in front of you, sir, and then we'll.
It's pulled up and I sent everybody state's digital copy as well.
Okay, very good. All right. Let me pull up the digital copy that I have. Give me a moment.
You can't run with that though. I gotta take this. Can you go throw it? Can you go throw it in the garbage? No. Okay. All right. I'm gonna let this play. I am going to go put pajamas on her because it is after 8 o'clock already. But I am going to.
All right, the court has the 3.6F
mind.
instruction is provided by the defense.
I'll be back in a
As for the
minute
first paragraph,
or two.
it is a defense to the crime, bracket S bracket, of second-degree murder and culpable negligence if the actions of Sarah Boone constituted the justifiable use of or threatened use of deadly force. What say the state as to this instruction? And should not manslaughter be included?
It should be second-degree murder, manslaughter, and culpable negligence, even though culpable negligence is involved in the act. But I'm not going to fight with it.
Okay. Any objection to that addition?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
can I interrupt for just a minute? Because there's a special instruction that the state is requesting on causation.
Yes.
And that goes, it's going to come before the self-defense.
When it was used in the previous case that I cited, I used it in it's part of the instructions in second-degree murder. Yes, the prior to the request.
And this is just so that we're all on the same page. Forgive me. This is the state's request for special jury instruction on causation.
Yes, sir. I suggest we table that for now. Just get self-defense.
Okay. All right. So we'll revisit the state's request at that point in time. So is the the first full paragraph is read. Is that acceptable to the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Moving now to the deadly force definition. That seems to track the language of the proposed jury instruction completely. Any revisions to that state?
No, sir.
Defense. It's your instruction, so I'm assuming you've got no quarrel with it.
No, Your Honor.
Moving to the next paragraph, I also believe that that's from the Form 3.6 instruction. State, any issue with the third full paragraph?
So in my request, I struck through or threatening to use each time because the evidence doesn't support that. But the evidence supports that she did actually use force. It wasn't a threat of force. So I think it's unnecessary, confusing, and not supported by the evidence to have that clause in each of the paragraphs where it's mentioned.
Response, defense.
Judge, I have no problem with that. I was just, when I put it in, I just was going on some statements that the statement made and different arguments. So, especially when I'm talking about aggravated assault.
Okay. So just so that I'm clear, you've got no objection to the removal of that language. So the third paragraph would now read, Sarah Boone does not have the burden of proving that she was justified in using deadly force. Instead, for you to find Sarah Boone guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Sarah Boone was not justified in using deadly force. Is that correct, state? Is that correct, defense?
Yes.
All right, very good. Yes, sir.
To make it quicker.
And Mr. Henderson, you don't need to stand up every time, sir. I appreciate it.
I'm sorry, but it's old.
I get it.
But it's out of habit. Judge, every time that comes up,
You lose it?
yes.
Understood. So then just let's go back to the title then. Can we revise the title to 3.6F, justifiable use of deadly force, and remove that bracketed or threatened use language?
It should just be used.
Okay, very good. All right. The next sentence, the law on the justifiable use of deadly force is as follows. Is that acceptable? Say,
Just the strike through.
But as I read it, yes. Is that acceptable defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Moving now, Sarah Boone was justified in using deadly force if she reasonably believed that such force or threat of force was necessary to prevent A, imminent death or great bodily harm to herself. Is that acceptable to the state?
It's acceptable. I'm just confirm that they don't want me.
Yes, confirmed. Only what would be read would be A.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Is that acceptable, state, with that understanding?
Yes, sir.
Okay, moving now to the next portion. Sarah Boone had no duty to retreat before using deadly force. I mean, my review of the case law, I don't recall which one it is that if you're on your own home, you don't have to retreat.
My understanding of the facts was that she used force first by zipping him up in the suitcase and doing so that one, she could make him feel like he had made her feel in the past for choking and cheating on her, and two, to give her a platform to be able to speak to him as a captive audience and he would have to listen. Because she took the actions of an initial aggressor, it is our position that there is a duty to retreat caused by the initial aggression, as that is addressed lower in the jury instructions.
Response, defense.
Judge, I have a different view of the evidence. I think what the evidence has said about the initial in the suitcase is that Mr. Torres was getting into the suitcase and positioning himself into the suitcase when Ms. Boone came down. There was laughter between the two of them. The suitcase was zipped, and it was a consensual deal. It was a consensual thing. She didn't use any threat or use of force at that time to zip him in the suitcase. Furthermore, during the demonstration and when they were demonstrating the suitcase and the zipping ability, I know time has passed, but I hadn't seen anything different. To keep someone in there who didn't want to be in there, if someone didn't want to be in there, it would be almost literally impossible to zip that suitcase because how much force it took to zip that suitcase. So the evidence doesn't support it.
Doesn't support the duty to retreat?
Correct, because what they're saying, going back even before we had stand your ground, just going back to the Castle Doctrine, there was never a duty to retreat from your home.
So then if I understand your argument, you are not seeking to have this included then?
I am seeking.
Because if you're saying she had no duty to retreat,
That's
this
correct.
talks about, hang on, let me just reread it. Okay, so I think I follow your argument. Okay.
What I'm saying is weird that it should be no duty to retreat, that Sarah Boone had no duty to retreat. That's what we're requesting. I believe the state's objecting to that and saying that it is a dispute. So they want the next paragraph as to the court. But there is nothing that showed at that time because the state's arguing that she forcefully put him in the suitcase.
Response.
That's a strong argument. That is not the state's argument. We know what the evidence in this case is. The evidence that she provided was he got into that suitcase by himself and they were playing hide and seek, and he was inside but not completely hidden. The lid was flapping over him. She came over and zipped it shut, to whether it's 100% or near 100% shut. And it was all in fun and jest at first, but he did indicate, and we saw it on the video, image IMG_1062, Sarah, I can't breathe, Sarah, I can't breathe. He was being held against his will in that suitcase. That there's no requirement that she initially forced him into it or not. It's no different than two people wrestling and play fighting, and one person has another person in a headlock, and then there comes a point in time where I'm tapping out. Jorge Torres was tapping out, and that's on video, and it's in her testimony. It's uncontroverted. There is sufficient evidence for there to be a dispute as to whether or not she was the initial aggressor, and whether that generates a duty retreat. Quite frankly, it's undisputed evidence because it's uniquely only her testimony coupled with the video. She restrained him in that suitcase on purpose and intentionally. And if you look at the elements of aggravated assault in our proposed jury instruction, that is exactly what was going on. She intended for him to feel.
I will be right back again. I lost something.
Like he had made her feel when he had choked her. Aggravated assault is defined as follows: Sarah Boone intentionally and unlawfully threatened, either by word or act, to do violence to George Torres. She would not let him out. She would not release the headlock when he indicated he could not breathe. At the time, Sarah Boone appeared to have the ability to carry out the threat. Well, the video evidence is res ipsa loquitur. He could not get out on his own. He could not get out on his own at 11:12 in the first movie. He could not get out on his own at 11:23 in the second movie. And quite frankly, he couldn't get out at 11:03 during the still photo as well. Element 3, the act of Sarah Boone created in the mind of George Torres a well-founded fear that violence was about to take place. Absolutely. Sarah, I can't breathe. Babe, I can't fucking breathe. Sarah, shh, go fuck yourself. The assault was made with a deadly weapon, element 4. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm, and nevertheless be a deadly weapon if it is used or threatened to be used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it did cause death, so that's not a dispute. So it's our position that she was the initial aggressor based on her testimony that we received in court, and that is going to be put into play a duty to retreat, and that the parties can argue about that.
Anything further, Mr. Henderson?
Yes, Judge. I want to clarify this because the initial thing in getting into the suitcase, the act is zipping the suitcase up. That act of zipping the suitcase up was not done forcefully. The testimony was he agreed. He was in the suitcase. He was the one who got into the suitcase to begin with. He agreed. The suitcase was zipped up, and there was no argument at that time. All right. And just by the demonstration that they gave, you could see somebody to get in that suitcase or not get out of it at that time wanted to be in that suitcase. And there's nothing to dispute what she said. He agreed. She zipped the suitcase, and they both laughed and thought it was funny. Now, the next thing that the state goes to is an omission. It is not an act. It is an omission at that point in time where she's saying, when they say, oh, he can't breathe, well, she doesn't go, let him out. So they're saying, so they're trying to make that an act when it's not, when she just did not let him out. It's different. And what we're talking about is just the duty to retreat at this time. We're not even talking about the other parts as the thing, but as to the duty to retreat, she's in her home. And at that point in time, when that act took place, she had no duty to retreat.
Here's what the form instruction says. If it is undisputed by the parties that the defendant had no duty to retreat, give the following sentence. Defendant had no duty to retreat before using or threatening to use deadly force. Instruction goes on to read, if the parties dispute whether the defendant had a duty to retreat, give the following paragraph. It sounds like both of y'all, are disputing whether or not there's a duty to retreat.
Yeah.
So I think I have to, based on what the Florida Supreme Court's instruction to me is to give that second paragraph. State, anything further?
No.
Defense, anything further?
Just note the objection, but I understand.
Okay, all right. So the language in the red line from the defense as to Sarah Boone had no duty to retreat before using deadly force will be removed. And I will add in the state's proposed language, which tracks the form instruction. Is there any objection? Do you want me to read that to you, Mr. Henderson?
No, I'll read it real quick, Judge.
Okay. And I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. That's the state's proposed revisions to the 3.6F on the top of page 2 of 7.
Yes, I'd ask that the court would read.
Sure. Okay. If Sarah Boone was not committing any crime other than the alleged second-degree murder or manslaughter for, okay, I will add that. Thank you. For which, so it'll read, if Sarah Boone was not committing any crime other than the alleged second-degree murder or manslaughter or culpable negligence for which the defendant is claiming self-defense or defense of others, and if she was in a place where she had a right to be, then the defendant had no duty to retreat before using deadly force. On the other hand, 1, if at the time Sarah Boone used deadly force, she was committing an aggravated assault, or if at the time Sarah Boone used deadly force, she was not in a place where she had a right to be, then the defendant had a duty to retreat. The duty to retreat means the defendant had the legal obligation to use every reasonable means to avoid any danger before using deadly force. The law does not require the defendant to retreat if she was placed in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm or imminent danger of the commission of, parentheses, applicable forcible felony, end parentheses, against herself, and it would have increased her own danger to retreat, or if retreat would have been futile. But if the defendant had a duty to retreat, and if she could have safely retreated but did not do so, then her use of deadly force was not justifiable. I do have a question as to the applicable forcible felony.
I think way B. That's for her, for the A and B that we already previously discussed, not for the.
That is correct. So then that sentence would be revised to, the law does not require the defendant to retreat if she was placed in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, and it would have increased her own danger to retreat. What say you, Mr. Henderson?
Judge, I enter objection as to the instruction, as the state has included to get this instruction, an aggravated assault, which is not charged in the information.
State response.
Judge, I'm happy to hop into that one as well.
Okay.
I understand what Martinez versus State says, and I'm sure you've all read the opinion, it's in my motions, and I understand what it holds. What it says all throughout the opinion is there needs to be an independent forcible felony. And then at the very, very end of the opinion, then it says there needs to be an independent felony charged. Why I'm asking for a special jury instruction, and I've made that request in writing, is because under the standard jury instruction that we are going through right now, it says, according to Martinez versus State, that the independent forcible felony needs to be charged. The whole purpose of this is you can't engage into a circular logic argument that defeats Ms. Boone's right to self-defense. So it would be preposterous to include in this jury instruction, Ms. Boone did not have a right to use justifiable use of deadly force by committing second-degree murder against the victim. And that's the charge offense. So she, of course, would have the right to use that force to defend herself against them. Correct. But what we have in this case, and what the state has alerted the court and the defendant to well before trial was, the evidence shows that she committed a separate aggravated assault. She, at the time that she had already zipped him shut in there, and again, just because she releases that quote unquote chokehold by sitting on the couch, she is exerting that force.
Feel better.
Distance because she's the one that zipped him shut.
Hello.
So she, in using that force, is the one who did that on purpose to make him feel like he was choking and make him feel like he had made her feel like she was getting cheated.
That's hilarious.
To intentionally confine him in a place so that she could speak to him about her thoughts. As I already outlined, it's the state's position, and the evidence does support that this is an aggravated assault. She intentionally put him in fear of death. She relished it.
You see, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning there. Go to sleep.
That is prior to when she
Get off
says,
YouTube.
well, now he's sticking his fingers out and I get scared by that action. And by that action, it's George Torres just trying to certainly live and to survive and be on this earth. That now that action, if his attempt to escape out of the suitcase that she has left him zipped up in is this independent threat of great bodily harm and death to her. She testifies if he gets out, it's her belief that he will beat her up, kill her, disfigure her, so on and so forth. In her testimony at trial, I believe she said was, he said that I will end you. So what we have here is they, by their own admissions, through the testimony that she provided, that there is a separate and distinct independent forcible felony from what ends up being the second-degree murder. What ends up now being the second-degree murder is at this point in time when she says, well, he's trying to get out. I'm afraid if he gets out, I'm going to get disfigured or killed. And so that is why Ms. Boone makes the decision. And I'm not even going down the aggravated battery path, but she batters him with a bat on the hands and batters him, pokes him while he's in the suitcase, and basically beats him into submission so that he stops trying to escape. That's what the testimony was. And then she makes the decision to now leave him and go upstairs and go to sleep without having relieved him from the force that she exerted earlier committing aggravated assault. So like the example I gave you earlier, this is absolutely no different than me pointing a gun at you, Judge, and putting you in fear of your life that I'm going to shoot you and projectile is going to enter your body, kill you, or give you great bodily harm. And you, in turn, after having been placed in fear by me pointing a gun at you, you begin to defend yourself and exert your right to live on this earth by pulling your own firearm. And now, do I, as the initial aggressor, the initial person who committed the forcible felony of aggravated assault on you, under the law, I don't have the right now to defend myself against you. I need to retreat. I need to make it clear. Sorry, man, my bad. Drop my gun, walk away. That is what is the law. 776041 is a very short and very, very simple statute. And it has not changed since 2014. This has been the law. This was the law at the time of this case in 2020. 776041 provides the justification described in the preceding sections of this chapter is not available to a person who, one, is attempting to commit, committing, or escaping the commission of a forcible felony. So taking away the firearm example, it's a chokehold. His cause of death, according to the medical examiner, was asphyxiation by position and environmental suffocation, caused by her not releasing a chokehold on him when he indicated, babe, I can't breathe, Sarah, help. That is an independent forcible felony, separate and distinct now from what she says is the victim, like you, pulling a gun to defend yourself from me pulling a gun on you. Now, the threatened use of force that the victim is exerting is sticking his hands out and saying, I'm going to end you. That is the distinct break between the aggravated assault and now her continuing to use this unlawful force, which she's not entitled to do because she started it. She was the initial aggressor in committing this aggravated assault.
Grandpa says hi.
And she ends up just leaving him to die and never releasing the chokehold.
And the unlawful threat is what's on the video in your realm.
Yes.
Okay.
And any facts that support that should cause this jury instruction to be given. The absolute only hang up about whether or not this jury instruction should be given is because Martinez slightly overstates what is necessary to prevent this circular logic, which is not going to occur in this case. There is not going to be any arguments by the state that she does not have the right to defend herself if she is in imminent fear or death of great bodily harm by the victim. She testified that him sticking his hands out of the suitcase and saying, I'm going to end you, put her in fear of imminent death and great bodily harm. And in turn, what she did was she decided to not let him out. And he ended up dying. And that is second-degree murder. That is separate than what preceded that. What preceded that was her not letting him out when you can see him pushing up on the suitcase in the video, begging to get let out, and she doesn't because she is doing this out of anger, hatred, ill will, and spite to teach him a lesson and put him in fear of death or great bodily harm. That's an aggravated assault. I would absolutely charge her with aggravated assault and aggravated battery, separate independent forcible felonies, if I could. But I did not learn this information until after the statute of limitations had passed. That is through no fault of the states. So we absolutely would, if we could. And we are not going to make the argument and defeat her defense of second-degree murder by saying, well, you can't defend yourself with second. I understand what they're getting at in Martinez. That's not this case, though. It's broken down into those
Can I
parts.
have the citation for Martinez? Because unless I missed it in your motions, I didn't see Martinez cited in the motions.
I'm sorry.
And forgive me if I
No, it's
missed
been
it.
in previous motions.
Because you cited a Cologne with regard to the Miranda issue.
No, I'm referring to, there's a pleading entitled State's Request for Forcible Felony Instruction and Request for Initial Aggressor Instruction, which we kind of hopped into now since aggravated assault is being mentioned in this paragraph.
Thank you, King Bob, for the one
Paragraph.
gifted membership.
There it is. I apologize.
And
Yeah, paragraph
Lilu,
12 through
1980, was
31
got
are the
that
legal
membership?
analysis, and Martinez is cited in there at paragraph 19 at 981 Southern 2nd 449 Florida 2008. And more importantly, what Martinez doesn't say is that there's like some requirement that the verdicts would be interlocking. Like there's no requirement that second degree murder be count 1 and aggravated assault be count 2, and then if they return a not guilty verdict on aggravated assault, then there has to be a not guilty verdict on the second degree murder. That's not the case, because there's so many different prongs to the self-defense instructions. So it's not required to be charged for some reason of an interlocking verdict. And the whole spirit of that opinion is that it is to make sure that we do not defeat her self-defense argument that she's entitled to make about why she committed second degree murder. All we're saying is you're not entitled to defend yourself in that manner if you committed an aggravated assault to start this. And that's what the facts show. It's a little complicated, and there's another special jury instruction related to this force by distance. It's like tying somebody to some train tracks and walking away. I mean, are you still choking the person? No. But are they restrained in a manner that if a train comes, they will die? Yes. So the special circumstances of this case and the facts are going to warrant, in the state's estimation, the forcible felony paragraph, and then that language being placed into this initial paragraph that we're talking about.
Just reading Martinez. Give me a moment.
Yes, sir.
I like that this judge actually reads the case law.
Prongs for a special jury instruction, which I cited in a couple of my other pleadings. The special jury instruction is warranted when A, the special instruction is supported by the evidence, which is the case. It's in fact undisputed since there was only one person there. B, the standard instruction did not adequately cover the legal theory it is meant to. That is also true. And C, the special instruction was a correct statement of the law and not misleading. That's also the case. Stevens, STEPHENS versus State, 787, Southern 2nd, 747. And I mistaken with 657.
I think it's 755 is the pinpoint.
Yep, 2001.
Yeah, I reviewed that already. Thank you. Response.
Response is clear, Judge. They're trying to make exceptions for the law. That doesn't work here. Simply this, what the requirement is under Martinez to get the aggressor is this. It's only applicable and only in cases where the defendant was charged with either an independent forcible felony. That's Martinez. Or B, felony murder. That's a different case. And Martinez, they have not charged an independent forcible felony. So it doesn't apply. It tells us right there. That's the standard jury instruction. For him to come back here and say, well, really, Judge, they overstated Martinez. Martinez is still good law. It has not been changed. That's the rule. That's the requirement.
But this is relying, Martinez's opinion states, indeed, consistent with this case law in 2006, we approved an amendment to the self-defense jury instruction to specifically provide that the forcible felony instruction should be given, quote, only if the defendant is charged with more than one forcible felony. That doesn't seem to be what the new instruction says, unless I'm missing something.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. The sentence says, indeed, consistent with this case law, in 2006, we approved an amendment to the self-defense jury instruction to specifically provide that the forcible felony instruction should be given, quote, only if the defendant is charged with more than one forcible felony. And unless I'm missing something, a 3.6F instruction doesn't say that now. The form instruction.
Yes. When it comes to the aggressor in the standard jury instructions, when it comes to aggressor, and they're talking about under 776.041 sub 1, it's to only be given if and only in cases where the defendant is charged with either an independent forcible felony. You cannot give this instruction unless there's an independent forcible felony that Ms. Boone has been charged with, and there just isn't one.
But where does it say that in the form instruction?
Judge?
Yes.
It's page 14 of 28. Aggressor, 776.041, Florida statute, give a applicable in only cases where the defendant is charged with either A, an independent forcible felony, Martinez versus State, 981.449, Florida 2008, or the felony. And we're acknowledging that. But when you look at the case and what it is stating is the purpose of that is there has to be in the evidence an independent forcible felony. And that is what occurred in this case. She committed an aggravated assault. After that, the defendant is saying the victim placed her in fear of imminent harm or death by trying to escape her aggravated assault. by sticking his fingers out and by saying, as he's trying to escape, I'm going to end you.
But isn't that in the giving the aggressor definition? Is that, unless I missed something, that's not what we're talking about right now.
I agree, but I think it cohabitates together.
Okay.
And it's our position, we absolutely would charge her. And it's a legal technicality and part of this standard instruction that we can't because of the statute of limitations. We all know, all of us here together as attorneys know that those facts, if believed by the jury, support that she violated chapter 776.041.1. She should not be able to get away with murder because of a statute of limitations technicality that was through no fault of the state's own. The purpose and spirit of Martinez is to make sure that we're not up there arguing, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, she had no right to defend herself from an imminent threat of harm by killing somebody. That's not what we're going to say. We understand that. What we are going to say is, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, she had no right to leave him in that suitcase out of fear and great bodily harm or imminent death because she committed an aggravated assault to put him in that predicament. That's the evidence in the case. That's the arguments that's going to be made. That's why we're making a special instruction request based on the unique facts and circumstances of this particular case.
Give me a second.
Yeah, I'm trying to get through all of this stuff as quickly as possible because, like, this is all like, this is gonna be really funny. It's on 1.75, but like, because in order for, I doubt we'll catch up to the live, but you never know, because we get to skip through breaks, verdict, watch, and only come back when the jury comes back to ask a question or something like that. So
Proposed, the language in the instruction in pertinent part says he or she was committing an act, insert the defendant's criminal activity that the defendant act, but the criminal activity cannot be the charged crimes for which the defendant is claiming self-defense or the defense of others. The charged crime is second-degree murder. So I'm struggling with understanding as the other crime is, because I'm not hearing any argument as to the applicability of aggravated assault.
Judge, because, and I didn't make any argument about aggravated assault applying because they can't get over the first hurdle. The first hurdle is it has to be charged. It's not charged.
that is
That's
true.
what the case law says. I mean, this is pretty clear to me unless I'm looking at it wrong when it says this is not to be given if there isn't an independent forcible felony charge.
That is kind of true.
Any other response, State?
Just that it defeats the purpose of the statute and is manifestly unjust when it is a legal technicality of no import.
I will be right back.
There's no
I
interlocking
for something.
verdict required. If we were able to charge aggravated assault, there's no requirement that they both be found guilty. They could go ahead and hear this instruction and find her not guilty of aggravated assault and still convict her of second-degree murder because of all the plethora of permutations we have in this instruction.
But in Martinez, the underlying charge was attempted murder and aggravated battery, both of which were charged, and we don't have that here.
But it's still going to be the one act and those facts. We are talking about separate, clearly distinct facts here that support there's an aggravated assault that separately gets committed first, and then in response to the victim responding to that aggravated assault, she leaves him in the chokehold to die because if she lets him out, it's her belief she's going to face death or great bodily harm because she committed a forcible felony against him. This is purely a legal technicality. The entire opinion on Martinez, until the very last paragraph, uses this language. They use language like the underlying facts of the present case demonstrate why it would be illogical to conclude that section 776.041 applies where there is no independent forcible felony. It doesn't say where there is no independent forcible felony charged. It goes on and uses that same language all throughout the opinion. And then in the very last paragraph in the conclusion, it changes to, in conclusion, we hold that it is error for a trial court to read the forcible felony instruction to the jury where the defendant is not charged with an independent forcible felony. But there is an independent forcible felony in the facts. There is a statute that says that Ms. Boone should not be able to avoid the birth of this jury instruction. She violated, according to the facts that she gave us, she violated 776.041.1. She was committing an independent forcible felony and therefore should not be able to get away with this instruction not being given because the technicality that the state can't charge a case or can't charge a count that is not required to be interlocked by verdict. Thank you.
Footnote 4 provides, explanation in the Martinez opinion as to certain circumstances and whether or not in that hypothetical that the Supreme Court gave, whether the robbery is a separate and independent forcible felony and the forcible felony instruction is applicable. But the conclusion seems to state that it has to be charged, that it is an error for the trial court to read the forcible felony instruction to the jury where the defendant is not charged with the independent forcible felony. Anything else, Mr. J?
Yes, sir.
Then how do we want to accomplish this? Because I don't know how I can read the proposed language by the state, and there's a disagreement as to whether there's a duty to retreat. It's not undisputed. It is, in fact, disputed.
Well, their complaint is in the sentence, on the other hand, if at the time Sarah Boone used deadly force, she was, and I just think you strike through committing an aggravated assault. Those who, if at the time Sarah Boone used deadly force. Okay.
Oh, I kind of want to skip ahead if it's actually back.
And unless you just want to go to 2. On the other hand, if
I'm
at the time
thinking we
defendant
should just
used
skip to
deadly force,
closing.
she was not in a place where she had a
Is anybody opposed to skipping to closing arguments? Because this all seems, we kind of know what they're going to say. Like, I mean,
accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient
reading
provocation.
their instructions. It's 34 pages. So,
Like other
I mean,
witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony regarding battered spouse syndrome. Is in legal decision in this matter. 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of exhibits and evidence and these instructions. But the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument
Verdict
and a
is in.
rebuttal argument after the defense.
Sorry, I'm skipping to
closing
live. Hope. Oh, nope. So I'll keep checking on it. I'll open up a new stream. But like, we've already made it like pretty far. Yeah, it's
In understanding the case, each side will have opening closing argument.
whoop. Look at. I will keep an eye on it on my phone. And if it comes back,
This
we'll skip ahead.
is a box. This
The box, y'all.
is the box where George Torres was killed. It's a small box, 28 by 20 by 8 7/8 inches. George Torres was zipped up in this box.
I mean, if he could fit in it, I could
George
fit. Well, my
Torres
body fat wouldn't fit.
took his
But
last panicked breaths in this box. The medical examiner explained to us that with each breath George Torres took in, there was less oxygen in this box. George Torres was murdered in this box. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of myself, my trial partner, we thank you for your time and attention in this most important of trials.
I didn't hear that, but I could be wrong.
We now have the law from the judge in this case. This is what our duty is to follow. And let's have a discussion regarding that law that we've just been read and given. first section of note we're going to come to is called Introduction to Homicide.
I'm watching it live on my phone, and if they show anything but the seal, I'll come back.
Written by a bunch of lawyers who you've seen for the last 2 weeks arguing with each other. Pay careful attention to ands and ors. Remember, if an and is somewhere, we're going to need both things or all the things, and if an or is there, then only one of those things we're going to need. So as we start out here on Introduction to Homicide, we come to the first section on justifiable homicide. And it reads, the killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time. Ladies and gentlemen, this section is completely inapplicable. It's inapplicable because George Torres was zipped up in that suitcase. He couldn't commit or attempt to commit a murder on anybody. He couldn't even scratch his own head while he was in that suitcase. Next, we turn to excusable homicide. Here we have several paragraphs. It reads, the killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances. When the killing is committed by accident and in misfortune, doing any lawful act by lawful means, usual, ordinary caution, and without any unlawful intent. Well, the problem in this circumstance for the defendant is that she took the law into her own hands. Her testimony was that when George Torres was in here, he was laughing and giggling and they were joking. And then he started to complain that he couldn't breathe. And that's when she said that she wanted him to stay in there so he could feel uncomfortable. So he could feel her grievances. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not lawful. That is not the use of ordinary caution. And that is not applicable in this circumstance. Second, when the killing occurs by accident or misfortune, in the heat of passion, upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. George Torres couldn't provoke anything from his circumstance. George Torres was confined to this box. Next, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from sudden combat, a dangerous weapon is not used, the killing is not done in a cruel and unusual manner. This fails on 2 counts. There was no sudden combat. Her words, this was laughing and joking, and we're all having fun, when she decides that it's going to get a little extra real for George Torres. And it fails on the 2nd count because George Torres was killed in a cruel and unusual manner. Next, we turn to our main charge, second-degree murder. The law informs us that to prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. I think it's important to stop right here. This sentence right here is telling us what has to be proven in order for the crime of second-degree murder to be for the defendant to be found guilty in this case. We've been hearing all kinds of facts for almost 2 weeks now of trial, but these are the 3 facts that had to have been met by the reasonable doubt standard in order to be found guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that the state has proven second-degree murder beyond all doubt. And the proof of that guilt is overwhelming. But I will cite for each element just one fact that conclusively proves each of those elements beyond all doubt. As to the first fact, that George Torres is dead, well, we have stipulation, amongst other things, that agrees to that. As to the second fact, the death was caused by Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone, in her own words, from the time that this case began on February 23rd, 2020, to when she took the witness stand a few days ago, was consistent about one statement. She zipped him up. She didn't zip him out. She zipped him up in the suitcase, and she refused to zip him out. 3, there was an unlawful killing of George Torres by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. The law goes on to define for us what a depraved mind is, and also what an act is. It's going to tell us that an act includes any series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or a series of acts that one, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily harm to another, and is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and is of such a nature that the act itself displays a difference in human life. Ladies and gentlemen, her conduct fits every one
Yep.
of those things.
I have the
If there
court
was a
feed up.
scintilla of doubt
When I see any
that this was
movement
not
here,
the actions
we'll
of
go
a depraved
forward.
mind, I point to you. IMG 1062 states 17. Mr. J, may you publish states 17?
Hey, PG. There is a verdict in. When I see any movement on the court's feed, we will skip ahead. Okay, I'm gonna skip this because I've seen it so many.
For everything you've done to me.
I'm seeing it so many times, and like it's just cruel. Oh, and I do have my Pop-Tarts for when they read the verdict. So of course he had to object because that's what he does.
Sarah.
Oops.
Sarah.
Sorry, I hate that I'm skipping this, but we've all seen this.
Sarah, I can't breathe it. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. It's on you.
Mm.
Now you want to give it a for Sarah. Sarah, I can't breathe it. Oh.
Cookies and cream
That's what I like when you drink. You should probably shut the fuck up.
in the freezer.
Ladies and gentlemen, that exhibit removes any scintilla of doubt about the depravity of the defendant's actions. But we know from the evidence that this was not the first time she had considered killing George Torres. We know from the evidence that on January 13, 2020, approximately 1 month prior to George Torres's murder, the defendant had a text message conversation.
It's still on.
Please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you. Bless you and all of you too. I'll get rid of him.
There we go.
Then I'll be better.
All right. So we are at
Torres.
5:24. We are going to go live. I'm opening up my Pop-Tarts.
We are on the record in case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State, let me get your parents for the record.
Yes, sure, on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for the spoon. Mr. Henderson's not going to be here.
Okay, all right. Ms. Boone is seated at council's table, wearing the same clothing from this morning. Yes, Mr. Beck.
Judge, they've got her in chains and they've got her in the ankle.
So?
Handcuffs, so she can't go anywhere. I'm just asking, we would like to rise during the jury coming in. I'm asking if there's any way we can take off the handcuffs and the waist chain so that the jury wouldn't see it in case there's something wrong with the verdict form.
I usually don't have them, but I bought some. And then Mr. Squid
Okay.
went shopping and
I've been
bought more.
advised by the sheriff that during the reading of the verdict, due to Ms. Boone's status as an inmate, their leg
bought 'em
irons
as
and
a
the cuffs are to be attached.
She's gonna stay seated.
That's fine.
Mr. Beck's gonna stay seated.
I would ask for us all to remain seated, and could you remind everybody in the gallery that there should be no emotional reactions to the
I was
verdict?
just about to address that, sir. Thank you very much. All right, members of the jury, my understanding, or members of the gallery, good evening. My understanding is that the jury in this matter has reached a verdict. I don't know what it's going to be until it's read. If you are unable to contain yourself emotionally and you're going to react in any way, be it in joy or in sadness, I'm going to ask you politely to excuse yourself at this time. There cannot be any emotional outbursts when the verdict is read. Does everybody understand that? I see everybody nodding their heads. Okay. State, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our jury. Everyone will remain seated.
Hey, the Wookiee done it. How is you? Or how are you? Yeah, that was quick. I had made a comment earlier that I thought it would only take them as long as it took to fill out the jury forms. It was kind of in jest, but it was kind of not. Welcome to the world of trial watching. You always know where you can find a good verdict read. Yeah.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, members of the jury, you may be seated. Thank you. Members of our jury, good evening. I understand that you've come to a verdict in this case.
Yes.
If you could please hand the verdict form to the deputy, please. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, if you could please publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the Ninth Judicial Circuit in Orange County, Florida, case number 2020 CF 2603, the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree as charged in the information. So say we all dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida on this 25th day of October 2024. The form has been signed by the foreperson.
Madam Clerk, please poll our jury.
Juror seat number 1, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror seat number 2, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror seat number 3, is this your true and
Yes, it
correct
is.
verdict? Juror seat number 4, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror seat number 5, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror seat number 6, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Members of our jury, again, I want to thank you for your time,
Yep.
your sacrifice, and your attention in this matter. I know that we spent almost 2 weeks together and it was not taken lightly, and I really appreciate the time and the effort and the sacrifice that you put into this case. I want to advise you now of your final instruction. Members, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and your consideration in this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak to anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. With that, members of the jury, again, I thank you for your service. I'm going to ask you to return to the deliberation room. I'll be back there shortly with your jury certificates, and thank you.
She actually thought that her defense team was effective, and she thinks she's smarter than everybody. Florida, they set a date. Mississippi was same day.
Ms. Boone, the jury has spoken in this matter and has found you guilty of murder in the second degree. The court adjudicates you guilty of murder in the second degree. As this is your first felony conviction, you are entitled to a pre-sentencing investigation by the Department of Corrections. Mr. Owens, are you seeking that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. State, I will order the Department of Corrections to prepare the pre-sentencing investigation. State, for the purposes of sentencing, do you anticipate eliciting any testimony from be it the victim's family?
2 or 3 victim impact statements, sir.
Okay. Mr. Owens, do you plan on presenting any evidence during the course of the sentencing hearing, sir?
Probably some testimony from Dr. Harper.
Okay. All right. How long do you think, State, that you would need?
You mean timing wise, or are we thinking?
A quantum of time, sir. Yeah, well, normally it takes about 30 days or so. I'm confirming with Anita as to availability. I just want to know from your side of the ledger, how much time? Okay, 15 minutes. How much time do you think you're going to need to produce anything from your side of the ledger, sir? Mr. Owens?
I'd say 30 minutes,
Okay.
30 to 45.
So if we set this for an hour, that would be sufficient.
Parties agree.
Okay.
State agrees.
Is that sufficient, Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Okay, all right, give me a moment.
And I've got my me notebook right here. It's not going to be as long of a night as I thought it was going to be. The judge wants this off his docket as soon as possible. So I'm thinking like 2 weeks.
Ms. Barrios is checking. Just give us a moment.
Thanks, Rosalind, for the $4.99 super chat. Good job, girl. I tried. I kind of like doing this late night. Baby Squid's
We
asleep.
can set this matter for 1:30 in the afternoon for sentencing on December 2.
Ooh, I lied.
State, is that acceptable? It's a Monday.
I had a status hearing, but I'll make it work.
I can move it to later if necessary.
I'm co-counsel on it.
Okay, defense.
Give me 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
She is minimum of 22 and a half years, maximum of life.
Yes, sir.
I can be here.
I'm thinking life with as quick as they came back.
Ma'am, you've been adjudicated guilty. I now remand you into the custody of the Orange County Jail pending sentencing on December 2 at 1:30. State, anything else we need to address?
Not from the state.
Defense. All right, thank you very much. We're off the record.
Well, there you go. Sarah Boone guilty. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Guilty. I kind of want to back up right away, but Sorry, I didn't know a verdict was going to come back this quick. I kind of made a statement that it was going to take them as long as it took to fill out the jury forms, but it was kind of in jest. I didn't actually think that it would take is an hour and a half. Yeah, she should have taken that plea deal. She'd be out in like 10 years. Like, I think that the plea was for 15 years. She's already served almost 5. So she would have, dude, should have taken that deal. I mean, honestly, like, come on. Like, yeah, I was thinking like 3. Mom stuff is, Mr. Squid is doing dad stuff. He's, well, they snuggle at night. I get snuggle time in the morning. He gets snuggle time at night. So on days when he doesn't have to go to bed super early, they hang out, they watch a little TV together, they snuggle, they have daddy-daughter time because they don't get a lot of it because he works 45, 50 hours a week, but then he has a 90-minute commute one way. So like I give him all the deal was 15 years. So she would have been out in 10-ish. Some people say 5, but I don't understand why, but I haven't really looked into it. Yes, she had too much of an ego, and so did her attorney. But we are going to back up and listen to. We were 5 hours, 26 minutes. So he was going through the.
She was torturing George Torres.
I kind of want to hear what both sides had to say.
Come to defenses. First, you come to the justifiable use of deadly force. It tells us it is a defense to the crimes of second-degree murder, manslaughter, and culpable negligence if the actions of Sarah Boone were justifiable use or threatened use of deadly force. Sarah Boone does not have the burden of proving that she was justified in using deadly force. Instead, for you to find Sarah Boone guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Sarah Boone was not justified in using deadly force. The law on the justifiable use of deadly force is as follows. Sarah Boone was justified in using deadly force if she reasonably believed that such force or threat of force was necessary to prevent the imminent death or great bodily harm to herself. Sarah Boone had no duty to retreat. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, Mr. Owens will rise. He is going to show you this.
I'm sorry, I really like this.
And this.
He could show you this and this and this. Just take away all his power.
And this. And he's going to talk in this as well about the list of grievances that Sarah Boone had for George Torres. He's going to talk to you about curtain rods.
Okay. I just have to back that up like 5 seconds. Look at that.
Sarah Boone had for George Torres.
Look at her eyes in this picture.
He's gonna talk to you.
Look at her eyes. She is evil as evil can be. The window to the soul is through the eyes, so they say. There's nothing there. There is nothing there.
About curtain rods.
Nothing.
He's gonna talk to you about black eyes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
He's gonna talk to you about what an awful, awful boyfriend George Torres was.
Good night, King Bob. Thanks for hanging out.
And ladies and gentlemen,
You're right. It kind of did look like the shoe polish.
at the end of all of that, it still will not change the fact that the defendant is not entitled to the justifiable use of deadly force.
Thanks, King Bob, for donating one
Because
gifted membership.
as we continue to read this instruction, it tells us in deciding whether Sarah Boone was justified in using the use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances at the time the force or the threat of force was used. Danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that Sarah Boone actually believed that deadly force was necessary. Moreover, to justify the use of deadly force, and this is important, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, no reasonably prudent and cautious person would believe that a man who could barely fit into this box, who was incapable of movement, who was begging for his life, who was slowly asphyxiating, suffocating with each breath, would have needed to use deadly force against him. The justifiable use of deadly force utterly fails, utterly crashes like a house of cards. But there's more.
Wait, there's more. I like him.
However, the use of deadly force is not justified if you find that Sarah Boone used force to initially provoke threatened use of force against herself. Let's stop there before we consider the next two paragraphs. Some of the most critical testimony in this trial is her testimony on the stand. It was a great day. We were doing puzzles and artwork, dancing with the dogs, listening to music. Tag, you're it, hide and go seek time. George gets into the suitcase. She comes and zips him up. But we're still laughing about it. We're still laughing after he's zipped up in the suitcase. And then that's when George had the temerity to ask, George Torres had the temerity to ask to be unzipped from the suitcase. And that's when Sarah Boone decided he needed to suffer.
She could have called the cops.
She was the initial aggressor, ladies and gentlemen. She provoked the use of force in this case. In her own words, we were laughing and playing right before he wanted to be let out because he couldn't breathe.
Using her own words against her. I like it.
Paragraph 1.
Sorry, we still are going to watch this
The
at
threat of force
1.25.
asserted toward the defendant was so great that she reasonably believed that she was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm and had exhausted every reasonable means to escape the danger, other than using deadly force on George Torres. He couldn't exert anything, ladies and gentlemen. George Torres couldn't even exert his arm out of the suitcase. How on earth could he have exerted a force so great to justify his
Judge, I object.
Approach.
It's really bad etiquette to object during closing arguments. And for what? Because he said he couldn't get his arm out. He couldn't get his arm out. He had fingers out, and she beat him back in. With her own words, she hit his hand with a baseball bat. He had
Objection
injuries
overruled.
on his hand. Overruled, of course.
This is no help to the defendant. Second paragraph. In good faith, Sarah Boone withdrew from physical contact with George Torres and clearly indicated to George Torres that she wanted to withdraw and stop the use of deadly force. But George Torres continued or resumed threatened use of deadly force. Ladies and gentlemen, George Torres never got a chance to do anything. George Torres never was able to mount any aggression towards the defendant. Therefore, this paragraph is inapplicable.
And she didn't bother to
And
record
the law
that part
tells us as well,
because it didn't happen.
physical contact in this case includes any restraint on George Torres's movements. The law also tells us, again, you find that Sarah Boone, because of prior threats or difficulties with George Torres, had reasonable grounds to believe that she was in danger of great bodily harm, of death or great bodily harm at the hands of George Torres. You may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Sarah Boone were reasonable. Now, we're going to get to battered spouse syndrome in a moment. But again, I submit to you, this will be the opportunity for the defense to air grievances in regards to George Torres. But again, those grievances will not change the law, and they will not change the fact that the justifiable use of deadly force fails as a defense for the defendant. If you find that at the time of the alleged second-degree murder, manslaughter, culpable negligence, Sarah Boone knew that George Torres had committed an act or acts of violence, you may consider that fact in determining whether Sarah Boone reasonably believed it was necessary for her to use deadly force. Considering the issue of deadly force, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Sarah Boone and George Torres. Now we come to the the special instruction on battered spouse. You have heard evidence that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome. If you find Sarah Boone suffered from battered spouse syndrome credible, you may consider this evidence to assist you in determining whether, in Sarah Boone's circumstances, would reasonably believe that such force was necessary to defend herself against the imminent use
Night, General.
unlawful force by George Torres. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony in regards to battered spouse. Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard from 3 experts in the areas of battered spouse in this case. And I think at the outset, it's important to note what battered spouse is and isn't and what the law instructs us here. Battered spouse is not some carte blanche. Battered spouse
no
is
pad.
not a license to kill.
No pad.
The fact that George Torres
Come here.
at points mistreated Sarah Boone, did things that were worthy enough to get him arrested, to get restraining orders placed upon him, doesn't mean that she walks around with an ace in her pocket when it comes to George Torres. It doesn't mean that because he did these awful bad things, that now through the rest of time, she's a battered spouse and she just has the right to kill him or to make him suffer or to punish him or to make him feel uncomfortable or decide that he needs to be confined to a box. No. What the battered spouse syndrome instruction does is it talks about the imminency of fear. And when we heard about that testimony, we heard about it from Dr. Harper, and we heard about it from Dr. Brandon for the defense. And some of the testimony was a little difficult to understand at points, but there was one point in Dr. Brandon's testimony that was very critical. Dr. Brandon talked about rule-outs. He talked about the fact that when emotions and emotional reactions are involved, like trauma and trauma-based disorders, other possibilities have to be ruled out before we can even ascribe those actions to battered spouse syndrome. Other possibilities, according to Dr. Brandon, include alcohol abuse. Dr. Harper should have listened to Dr. Brandon's testimony because Dr. Brandon completely undercut Dr. Harper's testimony. Dr. Harper relied heavily on the words of the defendant, who was abusing alcohol at the time of these events.
Hey, Lucas.
And then you heard from the expert for the state, Tanya Warner. And her opinion was much more straightforward. Remember, Dr. Brandon did not render an opinion as to whether or not she suffered from battered spouse. Dr. Warner said affirmatively, yes, I believe she did suffer from battered spouse syndrome. But she also applied what Dr. Brandon was talking about. Other possibilities have to be ruled out as the trigger for a behavior, for an event. So, in Dr. Warner's estimation, the fact that at the time of this incident, they were laughing, joking, and carrying on meant that the trigger was not domestic violence or some threat. In the defendant's own words, the trigger is him wanting to get out and her being reminded of the bad things that he had done to her. That's not imminence of fear. That's reminder of bad things a person has done.
You go say hi.
And again, even if you were to believe
Mom, hold it for
that
just a
she
second.
was battered spouse triggered at the time of this event, it still does not save the day. Because all the battered spouse trigger law tells us is that it goes to that imminency requirement. It doesn't say there's no imminency requirement. It doesn't say that, look, if you're suffering from battered spouse and you're triggered by battered spouse, then hey, there's no more imminency requirement, do as you wish. It just gives the ladies and gentlemen of the jury another thing to consider in determining whether or not that threat was imminent. And we know from the evidence, we know from the videos, there was absolutely no threat. And we know there was no threat because George Torres never got out of that box. He's never got out of that box until sometime on the early afternoon of February 24th.
He almost said morning.
Mr. Jay, can you please publish on stage 21?
Here, can I see this for just a second? Just a heads up. It's my Lubin. It's not a vape, but I breathe into it, so she copies me. Whee!
I'm gonna go to court.
Don't eat it.
Listen, my fiance has nothing to do with it.
I can't
It's all my
believe
fault.
you.
We were both drinking and got in an isolated situation. It has never happened before. I love my fiance. She's a good woman. For being in trouble in her life, she has a 7-year-old son that she loves and cherishes.
A blind Boston Terrier.
She has 2 dogs. One is blind, one is deaf. She goes around and she's driving and sees an animal that's injured. She will stop in the middle of the street, no matter what kind of traffic it is, just to make sure that that animal doesn't get injured any more than what it already has. We both love each other. We both live together. Yes, every relationship has their arguments, but we are not the type of people that you guys are portraying us to be.
She especially.
Especially her. So please, if you can,
Dismiss.
dismiss this case,
Close.
drop it. She is not the type of person.
Good person.
Uh-oh.
She's a great person.
Angel.
It's right there.
I know she'd be an angel. She's
You see it?
close to it.
There you
Best
go.
thing that has ever happened to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Nice work.
And I love you to death. And I hate that we're going through this right now.
It's on it.
What?
And it did.
I love you. Whatever you want to say. God will prevail and it will take us out of this situation. Love you.
This video makes me sad because it shows that she basically
Clearly,
coerced
George
him.
Torres is dominating the defendant. Clearly, George Torres is the one telling the defendant what to do. Clearly, George Torres is the one calling the shots at 4748 France Lane. Ladies and gentlemen, are we so sure that George Torres
you.
wasn't the person suffering from battered spouse syndrome? Next, we're going to come to the justifiable use of non-deadly force. The language and the arguments are pretty close to what we've already heard in the deadly force instruction, including the key language that it requires a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed that the use of non-deadly force was necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that this was not a case of non-deadly force. George Torres lost his life as a result of these actions. We have heard the testimony of Dr. Sarah Zadovich, who described his cause and manner of death, who described the mechanism of death, how that oxygen
Are you sleepy?
dissipated in that suitcase. And when we also look at the imminency, we heard in opening statements by Mr. Owens.
Don't jinx me. She'll be 20 tomorrow.
Oh, the big threat in this case, the awful threat, was in the magic 9 minutes between the video at 11:12 that she took, torturing George Torres, to her follow-up video at 11:23, after she had moved the suitcase. Mr. J, you published from States 17, IMG 1063.
So I don't mean to draw attention away from my stream, but if y'all head over to the expert for just a second and come back, Volstorm's costume, somebody just sent me a picture of it. It's the blue suitcase with an arm sticking out. It's yeah. Hey, I will be right back. She ran off with the cover of my what'd you do with the cover? What'd you do with the cover?
It was a short video. But what's one of the things that we notice by this point? You can hear how loud George's voice is on the 11:12 video. But now, roughly 11 minutes later, from the time that started, you see that the makeshift coffin that he's in has been moved, and his voice now is softer. The life is draining from George Torres, and it's evident in that video.
No baby girl tattoos
And
tonight.
that, ladies and gentlemen, is evidence that there was no threat in the magic 9 minutes that was not recorded. There was only George Torres in this box,
Hi, Tammy.
slowly being killed. Next, we come to weighing the evidence. This instruction tells us it is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witness acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider. Did the witness have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? In focusing on the defendant, absolutely. Two people walked through the front door on the evening of February 23rd, 2020 at 4748 France Court. George Torres and Sarah Boone. But only Sarah Boone ever walked out that front door alive. Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? This is an emphatic no. And the litany of her intoxication in versions of events is evidence of that. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions?
Thank you.
I would submit to you she wasn't. Or did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Clearly, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? And I would say largely no. Because on the issue of whether or not George Torres could have threatened her the way she says that he did, the answer is clearly no, and we know that from the forensic data. We know that from the items itself. Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? In regards to the defendant, it's almost more appropriate to ask about the time she did make a consistent statement. You listen to her version of events on the 911 call, on the body cameras, on her first interviews with law enforcement. And then you hear her in her next interview the next day with Detective Copsell and Detective Lowen. And more details come out. Things change. First, she was never intoxicated. Then she was intoxicated. Then there's just the whole fact of she omits the fact of, oh yeah, he was actually trying to attack me. Oh yeah, I was in fear for my life. When she said at every turn, no,
He's so
it was just a great day. We were having fun. Oh my God, I can't believe this. We were doing good. The only stress we had was about jobs. And now, 4.5 years after the fact, it's time to come up with a new story. But ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that the truth does not change. The facts do not change. The videos do not change. And on any version of events that the defendant has given, they all add up to the fact that there is absolutely no doubt that she is guilty of murder. I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any doubt about the defendant's guilt when she described using that baseball bat to hit George Torres's fingers back in the suitcase when he attempted to save his life? Do you have any doubt when she is given how many versions of events in this case? Do you have any doubt after hearing the testimony of her neighbors about the loud crash and the arguing that night? Do you have any doubt after hearing the testimony of Dr. Sarah Zagovich? Do you have any doubt after watching the videos of George Torres being murdered and her laughing about it and talking about the fact that he cheated on her? Do you have any doubt after reading the text messages from her phone, after seeing the videos of how she controlled and manipulated George Torres? And if you say, Mr. Cacciatore, I still have a doubt, well, then the law asks you, is that doubt to an element? And is that doubt a mere possible doubt, a speculative, an imaginary, or a forced doubt? I submit to you the idea that she had to do this because she was a battered spouse is an imaginary doubt. It's a doubt born from the imagination of Sarah Boone. It is not a reasonable doubt. But if you find yourself back in that deliberation room and you are just trying to think of some way in which the defendant is not guilty, just searching, struggling for that way, that also is not a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. That is a forced doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm confident that when you read the entirety of those jury instructions and apply the law to the facts that came out in this case, that you are going to come back with the only lawful verdict, which is guilty as charged, second-degree murder. Thank you.
I actually really liked that. Straight to the point.
Of the jury, it is 4:04.
Emotional.
As I promised, we were going to take that afternoon break before the defense proceeds with their closing argument.
So straight to the point, emotional, showed the facts, but also gave that little twinge of be pissed. Like, show she's evil, get the jury pissed, because a pissed off jury is a motivated jury. In my opinion, the more the jury gets emotional and gets angry, we all do impulsive shit when we're angry. Whether the impulsivity might be accurate, or we later look back and be like, "Ooh, that was a bad decision." The impulsiveness can work in the prosecution's favor. So we will skip ahead. Yeah, Roy, I know she was also in Gossip Girl, and even though I was in my 20s, I watched Gossip Girl, and Army Wives were the go-to binge watching in 2008. Just the two things I binge watched. Why I watched Army Wives when I was active duty Navy, I don't know, but I did. Come on.
Anything?
That is allowed by the court, or
Anything?
It allows.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
I was just, I don't know if that is allowed by the court, or
Anything?
Been allowed since I started practicing in 1997.
If you want to split up your closing between the two of y'all, that's fine by me.
well, I intended on doing the closing, but when I finish, Mr. Henderson wants to say something.
Is he acting like it's not unusual for attorneys to split the closing arguments? I see that all the time. We saw that in Maya. I think we even saw that did we see that in Rittenhouse? We saw that in Amber Heard. Like, it's not uncommon. So what is his freaking deal?
I've never seen it done that way. I've understood the sandwich can be broken. I've never, ever seen a single closing argument split by another attorney.
I have. Sorry,
If
Mr.
it's a
J.
discretionary issue, I'll leave it up to you, sir, on what you want to do and how you want to present your closing.
Sorry, Mr. J. I've seen that multiple times. Multiple attorneys in multiple states. It's not unusual. We're actually going to get to the
Who would be
closing
objecting
argument.
during rebuttal?
Mr. Owens.
Okay, there you go.
I don't understand how this judge was so patient. I don't have that personality trait. Patience is not, as you can tell, is not a personality trait that I excel at. It's like when I want something, I want it now. Like, so that's one of the reasons I'm doing this at night and skipping forward, is so that I don't have to deal with all the crap. Like the lulls, the breaks. Just get to the meat of the subject and move on. I don't know if you meant trip, but drip works too. This is dumb.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? Thank you. Y'all may be seated. Members of the jury, for one of the last times, if you could, please raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions. All hands have been raised. Members of the jury, at this time, the defense is going to proceed with their closing argument, similar to the state's closing argument. These are not evidence. These are just arguments, and I ask you to pay attention to them. Thank you. Mr. Owens, you may proceed, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Y'all know me, I'm James Owens, along with Tony Henderson and the girls. We're all from Milton. I think y'all figured that out, that we were from out of town. Santa Rosa County, it's Northwest Florida, close to Pensacola. And my buddy Kevin Beck, he's a longtime friend, he's from New Mexico. The team, the defense team, is here, and we're here to represent Sarah Boone. And we feel confident that we're going to be able to show you why she's not guilty.
Yeah, good luck.
I'm going to take my time. I've got some notes. I'm not the most organized person in the world. I've got some exhibits that we're going to show you. And then we got a couple of videos at the end. Okay. And we're going to try our best to help you make the right decision. Okay?
You're on. Yeah, you
Yeah.
go to.
Milton's a small town.
Objection.
Overruled.
Tell you how small it is. 7 miles away is another small town called Pace. In between that is a Walmart. Very small town. We didn't know what to expect coming down here to Orlando. Judge, I'm allowed to.
I'll give you a little bit more for intro, then we need to get into it.
I'm going to get into it, but I wanted to say, it's a small town, good people. We've been down here 3 weeks. We didn't know what to expect. We've been surprised.
Objection. Improper argument.
Mr. Owens, approach.
I haven't. This is just. Hey, Flash fan, how are you? Glad to see you. This is the start of his bull crap. So who knows? I changed it to 1.5 because I can listen to
Objection's overruled.
Mr. Cacciatore's voice.
Since we've been here,
I can't listen to his.
respect and hospitality, and just like we're going to help. We appreciate that. Now, I'm going to do some reading, and then I'm going to do some talking. But ultimately, this is about justifiable use of force and legal defense in Florida. We as citizens, the law is designed to protect us from defending ourselves, to protect us from potential attack. And you were the only ones, in this case, as Sarah Boone was arrested, that's going to be able to look at it critically and objectively. Objectively. Not like the state attorney.
Objection. Improper argument.
Overruled.
Objectively. And the law in Florida gives you all the power and authority to do that. The state attorney can't make the decision. They can't make the decision. They can try to influence you. And we're going to talk about some of the things they did here in this trial and some of the things they said.
Objection. Objection. Can we motion?
Yes.
Oy vey. This is where my petty side comes out. Because remember, I live in the pettyverse. But damn, James Owens, just shut the hell up. December 2nd at 1:30 p.m. Flash fan. And I will be streaming it. Maybe with somebody, maybe not. I'm not sure yet. I gotta talk to people, but you know. Maybe if we get over that 1,000 subscribers by December 2nd, I'll stream with a few people. We are up to 882. So we're almost to that 1,000.
Their position we've got outside. So we're going to talk about that. But and we're going to talk about justifiable use of deadly force and non-deadly force. But either way, however you rule, it still justifies her behavior, and the result is not good. Now, I don't believe there's anybody.
Objection. Improper argument.
Overruled.
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes.
I'm sorry, we have to back that up. I actually.
Anybody.
Objection. Improper argument.
Overruled.
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes.
That needs to be. I'm sorry, I have to. That needs to be a screenshot. We just have to, because you know that's what we do here. Because that will be my thumbnail for this sentencing. Jesus. I think that was his attempt to pray. Like
Now, I don't believe there's anybody.
Objection. Improper argument.
Overruled.
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I like him for that. I hate him for everything else, but that he made my night. Oh, December 2nd at 1:30. It's a Monday, and it's going to be the Mondayest of all Mondays. I can tell already.
From considering the evidence in this case, that there is no doubt that Sarah Boone is a victim. That Sarah Boone has been traumatized. That Sarah Boone is still traumatized. And the reason for the trauma is George Torres. The reason for the trauma is George Torres. From the positive things about the man that we've seen on video, to the positive things Sarah Boone is testifying about, to the violent monster he becomes. And I mean monster, because it was repeatedly. And what happens the next day? Man, I don't remember. I was drunk. I don't remember. That's the gaslighting. That this young woman, vulnerable woman with nobody, just starving for love, starving for attention, and seeing the good in the man. And it was good. But every day was on the balance. She measured every day, depending on how it started and then how it ended. And that's the way she had to live her life, day in and day out, day in and day out. Dr. Harper and Dr. Brandon talked about trauma. Dr. Harper spoke of the veterans that she had treated for post-traumatic stress disorder. I don't know if you remember her testimony, but she spoke about some of the veterans that had been in the war in Iraq, you know, and people in war a lot of times get post-traumatic stress. It used to be called shell shock and other things. But people in wartime, or police officers will get post-traumatic stress. And a lot of them come in, the males come in with this bravado, oh, I'm all right. I'm all right. And so that's why Dr. Harper was talking about the veterans. That's what they'll do. But you got to spend time with them. It just can't be one session. And you've got to run post-traumatic stress testing, which tells whether they really have post-traumatic stress.
Did he just compare Sarah Boone to a military veteran? If I were face to face with him and having a conversation, I would give him my 2 cents. And my 2 cents would be more like $1.50 right to his face. Just right up here, just telling him exactly how I feel about his opinion. We'd be eye to eye. And I would tell him exactly what I thought of that comment.
We all probably have experienced some trauma. All of us have lost some loved ones. And it's awful. You're in shock. You can't believe it. It's disbelief. You don't sleep for days. And eventually, you have to go back to work. You take a week off. Life has to go on. Life has to go on. You go back to work. Kids are in school. You get a little time, right? Time heals, right? These veterans that come back from a deployment, they get back. They get some semblance of normalcy. They may or may not get some treatment, but time helps. Time heals. Everybody, it helps. Just time. Overcoming a divorce, overcoming a death, whatever trauma. Sarah Boone had no break. No break. Learned helplessness. Just giving up. Just giving up. I can't get out of the situation. They broke up. She go about 2 days. Texting, calling. Just learned helplessness. And it's, in the manual. That spouse syndrome is not. But what did you hear Dr. Harper say? She suffers from post-traumatic stress. That is a mental disorder. You are actually undergoing the psychological effects of post-traumatic stress. You're not in your right mind. And it's repeating itself. It's repeating itself again and again, day in and day out. And when you look at this law, that's what you have to apply. Someone in Sarah Boone's shoes. when you're deciding whether her conduct was reasonable. Got a bunch of notes. Not that, it was something I wanted to read. Where'd that go? Sarah Boone's long-term exposure to abuse created a state of learned helplessness and diminished her capacity to assess risk, especially in moments of heightened stress. The cyclical nature of this violence, the tension building, the battering, the contrition phases, caused Sarah to be trapped psychologically in that relationship. Due to this clear abuse, Sarah Boone had a reasonable belief of imminent harm under her state of mind. George Torres had a history of violence against Sarah, and as a result, Sarah Boone's actions were the result of fear conditioned by abuse she endured over time. The cumulative effects of long-term abuse, as we saw her behavior on the 2-minute suitcase video, is a trauma response. Sarah Boone acted out of a sense of preservation. While tragic, it was not driven by malice, but a mind ravaged by abuse. And I'm going to ask you to try to understand. Try to understand. Sarah Boone, being emotionally and psychologically broken, whose actions may have been misguided attempts at survival but not murder. Imminent danger, her response reacted to that belief.
I got it, Flash fan.
It's somebody suffering from the long-term psychological effects of domestic violence. Who spent a lot of time? Dr. Brandon, you remember him. He was the first expert on trauma. Took some notes. Kevin Beck, you remember, did the direct examination of Dr. Brandon. He was from down in Miami, I think. He talked about the trauma that you cannot escape from the abuse, so you develop coping skills to protect yourself, knowing that the bad things will happen to you. Your behavior, not only your behavior, but your thinking, your subjective thinking about fear and what to do. And if you remember, Dr. Brandon said it's all about that person's perception. Okay, a lot of times they will self-medicate with alcohol or drugs. A lot of times they suffer from anxiety. Basically, he said the trauma ends up being
No. She was an alcoholic before her and Jorge or George ever got together. So don't pull that lie of omission that she was using alcohol to cope with their relationship. She was an alcoholic per her ex-husband before they got together. So that I should have made a bingo card.
What to expect. You do not know what is going to happen that night. It may be a great night. You may drink, and both of you have a great time. He falls asleep, passes out. You fall asleep, passes. But it may turn, like, depending on his mood. I don't know if you can tell. She would try to placate him. Dr. Brandon said, when you're trying to evaluate somebody, it takes time to get them to trust you. And the ultimate goal, he said, is to be a behavioral detective. If you're a forensic psychologist, is to be a behavioral detective. And the ultimate goal is to put yourself in an abused person's eyes so you can better understand their world. But ultimately, it's their perception of danger. Their perception of danger is what you have to look at. What a reasonable person would do under their perception of danger. Now, I'll go on. Trauma experts explain how victims' reactions in moments of stress are the product of the damaged psyche. Her actions, although tragic, and it was a tragedy, George Torres lost his life in that suitcase. It's a reactionary response to sustained trauma. It's as if Sarah was acting out of a deeply ingrained fear and helplessness developed over the years. So it's a desperate need for survival, but battered women do things to keep the peace from time to time. And when they feel like they have a small portion of momentary power, they may enjoy that by vocalizing their position to the abuser. Sarah Boone's not perfect.
Obviously.
Sarah Boone would argue with him, talk down to him. Some would say was somewhat abusive to him. Sarah's not charged with that. Sarah Boone is not charged with that. And I want to read you something on that subject. essentially, okay, I don't know where it's at. I'm gonna have to come
You're
back
not
to it.
prepared for your
Essentially
clothing?
What it said was,
Come on, bro.
essentially
Come
what it
on.
said was eventually a 2-week trial, I'll let you know. Try and get this right. I know it's important. What I wanted to say was someone can be mean and angry and hateful, intoxicated, and still be abused. They're not mutually exclusive. And mutual abuse exists where one is abusive towards another. And eventually the victim, Sarah Boone, trying to fight back against the abuse, became verbally abusive.
No emotion.
While the victim has committed verbal abuse, it is important to remember that they, Sarah Boone, are the victim and have been pulled into an extremely vicious cycle where they are trying to survive. Sarah Boone intentionally left George Torres in the suitcase. What's the act of a battered spouse syndrome woman? She went up to her room, she fell asleep, passed out. These actions are disconnected. Ultimately, she didn't let him out because of her fear that she knew if he got out in that moment, what he would do. That's real fear, that's real trauma that she was experiencing at that time. Now, I talked to you about force being used. I think I talked to you about blocking an attack using a physical restraint like the suitcase to block somebody's attack. And the example I give, I've got a couple of examples that may or may not apply. Let's say you're at a bar and you've got your buddies and the other guy's got their buddies and they're drinking and it ends up being an argument between two of them. And you realize that these two are fixing to get in it. Well, one of your buddies comes around on the other side and grabs the guy before he's able to strike him, right? So you're committing an offense on this guy, but it's a restraint. It's a restraint. You grab him by the neck and try to get him out the bar. So yeah, you're committing an act, but it's designed to defend another, which is legal. Or let's say you have a situation where you have a police officer and he's on patrol. You know, he's in uniform, he's wearing a firearm, and of course he's got the bulletproof vest. And he goes to a call where there's a suspect that may be armed. A suspect that may be armed. And so he gets there, he gets out of the squad car, he's walking around, of course he's taking out his gun because he realizes he may be armed. And eventually he sees the suspect, and the suspect reaches for his waist. Now, in that moment in time, that officer has to make a decision. Am I going home with my family tonight? And I talked to Warner about this Vaseline thing. It's called fear response or fight or flight. You know, those decisions are made. It's instinctive based on your set of circumstances. She instinctively reacted to her unique set of circumstances to save her life or save herself from another one of these.
Is anybody?
I'm 63.
He's going to show you this picture. Is anybody at all shocked by any of this
I can't imagine that.
or believing any of his bullcrap?
Your father's not around. I need to talk about the case a little bit. And if you'll remember, I'll get back. If you'll remember, that's what those are.
Organization ain't your strong suit, is it?
Let's start with the witnesses, and then I'll talk about safety. But the first witness out of the box for the state, if you remember, was Juan Torres, the brother. Remember that? It was some time ago. I know it's been a while. Y'all taking notes. You may have to go back. Their first witness was a good witness for us. Their first witness in their prosecution of Sarah Boone for murder was a good witness for us. Remember Tony Henderson did the cross-examiner of Juan Torres. Asked him, what did you hear Sarah Boone say? Juan Torres, she was yelling, he's been choking me. He's been choking me. Mr. Henderson said, did that surprise you? Juan Torres said no. That family knew what was going on. The police knew what was going on. The neighbors knew what was going on. Pearl Walker came in here, 80-something years old, in a wheelchair. Kevin Beck called her up. She saw it. Is there any doubt? Is there any doubt? I tell you why there's no doubt. In cross-examination, I got Dr. Warner to even admit it. Did you hear it? Yes? Okay, Mr. Owens.
Sorry, I was
She
muted.
suffers from Bowden Strauss syndrome.
Yoda, you have to talk.
Admitted on direct. Well, maybe I don't really know. I hadn't had enough time to really see her. You hadn't seen the pictures? You hadn't seen the 2-minute video? You've seen it one time earlier this month. One time. And she's going to start testifying about stuff she's never said before until she showed up in court. About, well, based on what she told me, I don't think she was in imminent fear. Come on. This is a courtroom. This is a courtroom. Good thing y'all are here. Well, thank you. But it gets even worse than that. It gets even worse than that here in this courtroom. The state attorney referred to these pictures. I was going to rise up and show these pictures to you.
Overruled. You may proceed.
And I was going to rise up and show these pictures to you. Well, yeah, I'm going to do that. They put her on trial for murder. But what did they say? And I got to turn to this. Make sure I get this exactly like they said it. I took a bunch of notes. Let me make sure I got this quote. Can't even find it. But it was something to the effect, maybe George Torres is the battered spouse. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I do.
Can you believe that?
Yes, I can.
Now you know why we're here.
We're
Now you
here
know why we're
because your client killed somebody.
Little boys learn early on that girls are different. You do not put your hands on a girl.
If they touch you
can't
first,
wrestle with them, you can't punch them, you can't kick them. You can't treat women that way. When you become adult,
okay, I know we kind of got into this last night, but if, as a woman, if I hit a man, I fully expect him to treat me like a man. You lay your hands on a man, expect to be hit like a man. In Minecraft.
I don't care what she does to you. I don't care what she says to you. If she gets in your face, whatever she does, you do not have a right to hit a woman. No, sir. What has the state attorney tried to do?
Objection.
Sustained.
What has they done?
Objection.
What evidence that they tried to put on?
Overruled.
What evidence that they tried to paint Sarah? Sarah's?
The truth.
What evidence?
The videos. The body cam footage.
Controlled and manipulated were the words they used. You know, this ain't the 1900s. This is 2024. What's all these text messages? Why is that relevant? What are they trying to claim? She provoked his violence? She provoked his violence. Isn't that what they've done here in this trial?
Sustained.
Let me get back on this. Abraham Marino. I don't know if you remember him. Abraham Marino changed his statement. They took a statement from Abraham Marino in which Sarah stated, I don't know if you remember, but it was when the police were all there. I think they got the tape out and some neighbors were coming around, and there were 2 or 3 neighbors sitting around. He said Sarah came out and stated it was an accident. Okay? Well, then, it was an accident. This, Abraham Marino knew George Torres from Philly. Okay? They were friends. They would talk either at the complex or if Marino went to Hall's Ace Hardware or Ace Hardware, what it's called. The state attorney notifies.
approach.
I should have done that before, Roy. You supported me from before I even made a channel. For those of you who don't know, I did a not a GoFundMe, a Give Send Go for people to help me get a small streaming setup. And Roy was one of the first people to donate money to me to help me get this operation off the ground. So I should have done that a long time ago. All right, let's go. Let's skip. This is ridiculous. All I want to do is like when he asks the jury questions, I'm just answering. answering his questions. Think. And Roy, we'll get in touch because I have a list of auto ban people that if they ever show up in my chat, you know, if people stay on topic and troll me about the topic, I'm good. But if you start talking about my daughter, CPS, we'll go to your channel, we'll screenshot it, and then you will be automatically banned from my channel. And then maybe we'll have somebody run an IP address to see if you're the same idiots who have been doing it before.
Marino says, all I heard Sarah.
You may proceed.
Thanks, Unhung Hero, for the $5 super chat. Just remember us little people, when you have 1 million followers, I'm never going to get 1 million followers. If Tug doesn't have 1 million followers, and Megan doesn't even have 100,000 followers, no offense to Megan, but if she is awesome as she is, doesn't have 1 million followers, then I'm never getting there. I would like to get to like 1,000 first. Ultimately, probably like I'd be happy with 2,000. But you know, I know who you are, and I don't hate you though. So if you ever see this person, he trolls, but he's nice. I know who he is. I'm not telling anybody who he is, but I know who he is. So I know, but it's kind of like you helped me out from the start, so you can help me out now. Like you know, all that stuff. It's not a not a reward. It's a like thank
For
you.
4.5 years, Marino says, all I heard Sarah say that afternoon was it was an accident. And then he came in here today, or this week, and said, no, she said I was teaching him a lesson, things got out of hand, and then I fell asleep. 4.5 years later, we know he's friends with Tori. We heard it here. Now, I want to talk to you about the 2 boys that live right next door. You remember Vincent Battaglia and Brandon Motes? Remember those guys? And you remember it came out in testimony, you know, this event happened on February 23rd of 2020. But it came out in the testimony that Sarah had said, George Torres, the night before, February 22nd of 2020, grabbed me by my hair and pulled me down the stairs in my apartment from top to bottom, which is consistent with what they were saying happened, remember? But they got the dates wrong. And remember, Mr. Henderson called Deputy Copsel or Detective Copsel up in our case, and she had to say, yeah, I didn't take their 2 statements until the 27th, February the 27th, remember? So they're remembering back, and they both had similar stories. Of course, they had time to talk by then on the 27th. I think the only recorded interviews they got that the night of this event, February 23rd, was from Sarah Boone and her ex-husband, Brian Boone, right? So they came back following up on the 27th. That's when they got a statement from Brandon Motes and Vincent Battaglia. And at that time, they said, yeah, we heard that sound. You remember Sarah testifying? No, that was the night before. I complained about that, and I think one of them had testified. Yes, she had said something about being drugged down the night before. It may have been, can't remember now who it was. One of them. And, you know, it looked like that there may be some implication that Sarah got him in the suitcase and pushed him down the stairs. But I think we didn't have anything more than that. Remember? And then this photograph, which we introduced, which shows the bottom of the stairs. As you can see, there's Lucas's bookshelf. Right? This is where Sarah Boone stored Lucas's stuff. And you can see it's not disturbed at all. Anyway, I want to get back to Sarah. I want to talk a little bit about that. But let me talk a little bit about the law on justifiable use of force. is legal and lawful if you reasonably believe, I think we all probably already understand it by now, you reasonably believe it was necessary to prevent imminent threat to harm. The law is crucial, ensuring that individuals can safeguard themselves in potentially dangerous situations. By acknowledging you have a right to defend yourself when you have a reasonable belief that force is necessary to prevent an attack. Okay? What did Mr. Henderson say in jury selection? You don't have to wait. You do not have to wait. If you're facing, in your mind, a reasonable imminent threat, you don't have to wait. Let's talk about Sarah Boone and this unconventional form of physical restraint to block the attack of George Torres. What did she say? Assault. Now, you got to think about that. You got to think about what was going on. You got to think about the trauma she was undergoing. You got to think about they've both been drinking. And you got to think about the fact that it was all fun and games for a while. And I think the biggest thing to know is that George Torres chose to get in this case. He's a grown man. That was his choice. She didn't force him in at gunpoint to get into that suitcase. He voluntarily got into that suitcase because they were drunk and being silly and stupid and playing hide and seek. Which I guess when you get so drunk, that seemed like a good thing. Zipped him up, they're laughing, carrying on. And as you know, Sarah likes to videotape a lot. And I know you've seen some of these videos and you're wondering why, but I think the evidence shows that when George is being videotaped, he's not going to do anything. If you think about that, when George is being videotaped, that's like her power. You know, Dr. Harper said that Sarah's words are her power. Sarah's words are her power. Physically, she's no match for George. Physically, she's no match. But that's her power, her words. When she gets a chance, to have some control, that's what she does. And she videotapes, because she knows when she's videotaping, she can tell it like it is. I can tell them what I want to tell them. A couple of these videos you've seen, she's telling them like it is. She's got that video camera on, and George knows. He's being videoed. We got one that we're going to show you in a minute, where he loses it just a little bit, right there. And of course, we got the TV. But they're kidding around, playing around. Then, Sarah realizes, okay, this is my chance to say something to him. So she sits down, she turns on the phone, and you've seen the tape. You've seen the tape. For everything you've done to me, are the first words out of Sarah's mouth when the video begins. There's a lot packed into those words. Think about that. For everything you've done to me. This is how it feels when you choke me. Now that's in direct response and the result of the abuse that she suffered at the hands of George Torres. She wants him for that moment to feel how she feels. She wants for that moment to feel, for him to feel how she feels. How uncomfortable, lack of control that she feels when George is violent with her. Just for a moment, she won't give it to you. And if you can imagine,
Approach.
Does anybody I know we know the
I
verdict,
think from the evidence, you can determine she was crazy.
but
She
damn.
was crazy. And I don't know if, of course, it's a syndrome, but she felt like she couldn't do without it. And let's say she videotapes it, and then it's turned off. And there's a 9-minute gap, 11-minute gap, whatever it is. I said 11, they're saying 9, but I think if you count 2 of the other minutes. If there's 9 minutes that we don't have video. But what did Sarah say? Now, if you remember when you listen on that video, George is talking in a normal voice. He's not stressed. Of course, if you're talking, you can breathe. She had said she had some anger. And of course, she doesn't realize the situation, that it's going to end the way it ends. So she has no appreciation of that. It's a canvas. It's all she knows, an old canvas suitcase. And she's got some, the 2 zippers removed or spread out a little bit. So she thinks he's not being serious. But eventually he gets angry. She gets angry, he gets angry. He says words to her, and then his hand starts to come out of the suitcase. She also said his tone changed. And I know everybody's got a cadence with their spouse or boyfriend, girlfriend, but you know what I'm talking about. We've got a way of talking to people. We've got a way, your wife, your husband, you know each other. You know, when they come in from work, what kind of mood they're in. Just by a couple of things, the way you can just sense it, right? Well, especially somebody as hypervigilant as Sarah, and as hypervigilant as a battered spouse woman would realize that he can flip the switch at any time. When I get out of here, I'm going to end you. And he realizes he's getting out. He got his hand out.
Yeah,
At that
which means
moment
we
in
call the
time,
cops.
in Sarah's mind, that's an imminent threat. So she's got a justifiable right to use force. What did she do? She went over there and grabbed it. She lifted it up. She tried to get his hand back in. Remember? She tried to get his hand to go back in. When you go back in, so her son's back was 3 feet away. Where the police found it the next morning. Same spot.
I like
No attempts to
Bruce
hide it.
Rivers.
No
He's
attempts to
cool.
delete phone. No attempts to tamper with evidence. Nothing. In the same spot as what? She picks up the bat. She pokes. She pokes him hard.
Yeah.
Trying to get him to stop trying to get out.
Twitter.
And eventually he does. And you've seen the blunt force injuries. And you saw some of the circular injuries where you could tell there's a poking. I think it's right around here. And she poked him several times. You remember the pathologist said, I think, maybe 5, 6, or 7 times. She pokes him. And he's got some scratches. I don't know if they'll let you look at it, but on the back of that suitcase, it's got some bars, some metal bars that are inside the lining. There's some lining, and it's for support when you walk in. She testified. You heard what she said, that she was justified. That's uncontroverted testimony. Now, let's talk about the jury instructions just for a minute. And, I want to talk about reasonable doubt for a minute. They're fun things, but
Adult snitches get jail time. I'll have to look at that. I saw his video on Sarah Boone's bad decision.
I think it's on page 15 and 22. We're going to talk about reasonable doubt in a minute, but if you look at those bottom 3 short paragraphs, it is the evidence introduced in this trial, and it alone that you're to look for the evidence, or look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence itself, a conflict in the evidence, or lack of evidence. But here's the main thing. And, obviously, I represent her, and I'm trying my best to show you honestly and fairly the doubt in this case. And 5 reasonable doubts, 17 reasonable doubts, 25 reasonable doubts. You have to have 1 reasonable doubt. I'm trying to show you throughout the evidence that each one of you can have a different reasonable doubt. Difference, but 1 reasonable doubt about the state's case, and your verdict is not guilty according to law. Proof beyond reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, speculative doubt, or imaginary or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict for not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. And this is a deeply held belief. Reasonable doubt is the highest standard we recognize in litigation. Car wreck or something like that, it's preponderance of the evidence standard, 51% your time. Abiding conviction, that's a deeply held belief that you must have if you're thinking about something. That's a firm belief. That's a level of certainty that you would have. That's what you got to have as a juror. I've got to be certain of her guilt. If, on the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, which we want you to do, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, so I'm not certain. I'm not certain of her guilt. Or if you have a conviction, I think there's some evidence of guilt, but it is one that is not stable, one which wavers and vacillates. One which wavers and vacillates. Then the charge is not proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and you should find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. You understand that? You've got to be certain of guilt. That's the high standard we recognize. If you've got some evidence of guilt, so okay, there's some evidence for conviction, but it's not it's not stable. It wavers and vacillates. Then under our system, you've got a reasonable doubt. And you've got the power and authority and the obligation under the law, if that's the way you feel, to vote that way. Later in the instruction, it goes on. It's up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You may rely on your own conclusion about the credibility of a witness. That is totally the province of the jury to decide. The jury may believe or disbelieve any or all the part of the evidence of the testimony of any witness.
Oh my God. Oh, I can't wait to see the letters to the judge.
I want to show you this before I begin.
Any
Dr.
bets
Warner
on how
said-
many letters there's going to be?
He testified that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome. Battered women's experiences affect
He made this appeal
her
proof.
perception of imminent danger. Those past experiences with George Torres, and there's a bunch, affect their perception. Remember Dr. Brandon, Michael Brandon talked about perception. of imminent danger. Victims of repeat violence may fear death in situations others would not. The reason Sarah experiences all this, the reason she was feeling the way she was feeling, that imminent threat of danger from George, was because of George Torres. George Torres is responsible for her mental state because of the way he has violently treated her. She reacted to his attempts to get out because of the way he treated her and the way she knows what is he going to do if he gets out of the suitcase? She knows. The second video is played. She flipped it back upside right. You hear him, it's 22 seconds. He says, Sarah, she's not going to open that suitcase. She's not going to open that suitcase. He's already threatened her. She used the bat to get him to stop trying to get out of it. Why would she do that? Why would she do that? I know what he's going to do. I know what he's going to do to me. I know him like I know him more than he knows himself. I know what he's going to do to me. You don't have to wait. That was justifiable. Now, you got to understand this. She intentionally used the bat to defend herself. She intentionally didn't unzip it to defend herself. Both of those are lawful under our law.
No.
She went upstairs. The dogs were upstairs. At some point, she called her husband, her ex-husband, Brian Boone. We know that many times she testified, or somebody reports it, she would often flee to her ex-husband's house. Sometimes. I believe that testimony came out. Maybe Sarah or somebody. Sometimes she would flee, or sometimes she would flee to upstairs. One of those two. But the dogs were up there. She made a phone call. At some point, she fell asleep, passed out, fell asleep. We don't know. They had 2 big bottles of wine. Right? That was unintentional. That was unintentional. His death was unintentional. You remember when she was in the interrogation room?
Wait.
Now,
Hold the phone. Hold the phone. You're a lawyer. You're supposed to be smart. But I know a bunch of dumb lawyers. Well, I know of a bunch of dumb lawyers. Don't know them personally. You can't have unintentional and self-defense in the same fucking sense. Oh, he makes me have a migraine. Just oh yeah, he's been a lawyer since I was 1. And even I am not a lawyer. Know that you cannot have unintentional and self-defense in the same. That's not how that works. It's not how any of this works. The only way that's possible is if she zipped him into the suitcase and then she called the cops. So he passed away before the cops got there. That would be the only scenario where I could see unintentional and self-defense in the same way. I didn't mean to unalive him. However, he was unalived before the cops arrived to the house to take him away. Sweet Jesus. I just made the same point. Hey, guess what? Maybe I'm smarter than people give me credit for. Oh yeah, like filing a lawsuit and then pleading the fifth in your deposition. Make it make sense. I will be right back. I have to use the little girl's room.
It came out that she got arrested. You remember the one time when she got the black eye? She got arrested for strangulation. And you remember that? They ended up over there by the dryer, and he was banging her back of her head on the floor that had very little carpet on it. And she ended up getting her arms out, and then she grabbed his neck. And she eventually got him off of her. And that's when he got up and stomped her in the eye. Remember? Well, the police came for that event, and they took statement, and Sarah was honest with the officers about what all, and they arrested her. You remember? Remember that? They arrested her. And she said, why? I was fighting back. You remember that? Why? I was fighting back. So from that point on, she didn't trust law enforcement. The video that they showed a while ago about George, that was about dropping the case, where she was defending herself and fighting back. I want to talk about this investigation by law enforcement. Now, she didn't know the law. She's not a lawyer. She gets up the next morning. Brian's calling. Sarah's got to pick up Lucas at 3. Brian's calling. Eventually, she walks down. She's looking for George. Where's George? He's quiet down there. And she looks in the bathroom. She looks out. He's smoking a cigarette. He's on the computer. She sees the suitcase. And you can imagine.
Objection, overruled.
Sustained.
She sees him in the suitcase. She panics. But what does she do? What she did, she tries to get her fiance out of the suitcase. They're engaged to be married. She's not trying to kill him. They're engaged to be married. She gets him out. She tries to do, he's purple. She tries her best to do CPR. She doesn't, you heard, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know, call Brian. That's her safety valve. That's all she's got. Brian eventually says she's come over. She calls again in 2 minutes. I'm on the way. He gets there. You got to call 911. Man told her before, call 911. She calls 911. She tries to do CPR again. Is she busy trying to hide evidence? She's busy trying to hide evidence. She's busy trying to hide the back. No, she's trying to save his life. If she can. So the police get there. She knows if she told them, she fought back, she's going to be arrested. That's what happened before. What happened before? Like George said on the video, she'd never been arrested before. Before that time, she was charged with that with George. She lies. She lies. She's scared. She's scared. She doesn't know what to do. So she lies. She makes a decision to lie. I don't trust law enforcement. She doesn't know the law. She doesn't call a lawyer. She talked to Officer Rodriguez, was the first short black female came up here first, the first one that arrived again. Talks to her. There's a report statement there where she doesn't tell the whole story. She lies. And then the detectives eventually get there and get her in the squad car. You hear the audio. I think it was played. She lies again. Then the next day, she goes down to the sheriff's department. Now, if they would have told her, hey, man, I'm going to arrest you, and she gets a lawyer to go down there to make the statement, and the lawyer would advise her.
Objection, facts not evidence.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Stricken. The jury will pay no mention or give any weight to that statement.
She's not a lawyer. She didn't have a lawyer present when she made the statement. She didn't know the law. She didn't know she was justified in defending herself the way she did in this dysfunctional, toxic, abusive relationship.
I don't know if y'all have ever done CPR before, but it's kind of a bitch and it hurts. I wanted to be a lawyer when I was little until we did a mock trial in high school and I couldn't freaking, I was afraid of public speaking.
Things she said, you know, not intentional. And eventually, she wanted the detective, it was Detective Lowen, the male detective. And she said, I swear to you on my son's life, it was not intentional. What she was talking about was that George passed. Was that George died. That was not intentional. She thought he was fine in there. Did he sober up? We've learned from their history, when Sarah gets drunk, she calls for help. When George gets drunk, he beats Sarah. That's their pattern. How many times do we see Sarah call the law? That's their pattern. Sarah told me, I didn't know, she said, I didn't know something like this could happen. I've never done it before. And Detective Lowen said, well, what did you expect was going to happen? I got a daughter that she was about 18 or 19, and she got a grandmother's hand-me-down pickup truck. It was an older truck, but
Don't care.
she didn't have it long, and she was gassing it up, but she didn't put any oil in it. Eventually, it burnt them up. And you don't know what you don't know. I hadn't done a good job of explaining, hey, you got to put oil in it too. Sarah Boone didn't know that he could die in there. It's an old beat-up canvas suitcase that she left a gap in. And as naive as that sounds, she didn't appreciate the danger. I mean, is that the way you want to kill somebody? Is that the way you're going to do it? She had Lucas to take care of. I'm not going to go to prison doing it like this. No attempt to hide the crime. I think the evidence is clear. That's how this happened. I don't want to belabor the point. I do want to show you. Just quickly show you the injury. Sarah Boone got stabbed. Think about that. stabbed with a steak knife in the leg. And she stayed with him. She stayed with him. Poked between the eyes with a curtain rod. Stalked in the eye. And he does that. The law
Yeah,
empowers an individual to defend their life and safety when faced with a threat and to prevent an attack.
I've initiated CPR once, and it
That's
sucked.
what Sarah Boone did.
Come on. Yeah, that looked like a slash wound. I mean, maybe in the middle was the stab wound,
I think it's important to
but
understand
it didn't. You
Sarah
don't
had to be
know.
parent a lot of times. It was her place. She had that $1,000 a month from the divorce settlement coming in. She had the car. She had the phone. She had the keys. She had to be the parent in a lot of ways. I want to talk a little bit about Dr. Harper. You remember, Dr. Harper is from Okaloosa County, which is up in the Panhandle, close to where we're from. And she's the doctor that treated Sarah from early on. I remember this happened in 2020. I think she first saw Sarah Boone shortly thereafter. And over the 4.5 years, saw her 9 times and did all the testing for post-traumatic stress. Of course, she has the experience from veterans, and she's testified that she's now just traveling around the state, testifying as a forensic psychologist. But she talked about how important it is to develop trust with the patient over a course of time. It's just going to take time when you have somebody suffering that kind of trauma and that kind of damaged psyche. It's going to take some time to get them where they can trust you and really tell you and talk to you and tell you what's going on with them. And she talked about that Sarah uses her words with power. I think her testimony. I think the evidence.
Have a good night.
Supports that her testimony was credible. The evidence supports that her testimony was
Objection
credible.
is sustained.
I can't get my person. The evidence supports that her testimony was credible because of the time that she spent, because of the number of tests that she did. She diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, alcohol use disorder, I think anxiety disorder, and battered spouse syndrome. Dr. Warner confirmed that. And Dr. Michael Brandon, the first witness, he was brought in as a subject matter expert. So he hadn't treated Sarah. He was just testifying about the condition. He's been doing it a long time. He's an expert at it. And that's to advise you to try to understand what's going on. And as crazy as it sounds, in this syndrome, they try to protect the abuser. They're in love with them. They try to protect them. I don't know if you remember that there was a time where Sarah Boone had a conversation with one of the neighbors, and they were talking about something. And she said, "Did you hear anything yet last night?" Remember, she said, "Shh, it's okay." Both George and Sarah lied to the police. They lied to medical people. I don't know if it's shame, but it just comes with the syndrome. That you stay trapped in it.
He's so full of it. Like, I can't even get over how full of it he is.
Another big, if you think about this. When Sarah gets beaten by George, she calls the police. When Sarah gets beaten by George, she calls the police. And a lot of times she just wants him out. Just get him out.
And when George gets beaten by Sarah,
You get in trouble. He just wants him out.
he gets arrested too.
There never was a report of George calling the police on Sarah. She wasn't physically abusing him. The state is trying to present evidence that she emotionally abused him.
Sustained. Stricken. Members of the jury will pay no attention to that comment. Give it no weight whatsoever.
I believe the evidence that's been presented by the state is an attempt to show that Sarah mentally or emotionally abused George Torrance. Again, she's not charged with that. She's not perfect. Some of that was her trauma. In Sarah's situation, you do become numb and hardened, I think, over time. That's a coping mechanism. It's a day-to-day thing, some good days, some, you know. But the homicide detectives, I don't know if you saw that too, our video, at some point through our video, they started talking about some of the violence. They go, we know. They had already checked with neighbors or whoever. They knew. The neighbors knew, police officers knew who responded, Torres' his family knew. They all knew about the abuse. Dr. Harper testified that abused women act differently when they perceive a threat. I think Sarah Boone was loyal to a fault to George, even through all the abuse.
I don't. There's no way he can believe his own bullshit,
I want
right?
to make a comment about a couple of things that were said by the prosecutor in opening statement.
You proceed.
The prosecutor in opening statement, when he was talking about George Torres passing away, he started talking about Sarah Boone. And his quote was, because I wrote it down, George, in Sarah Boone's mind, George Torres deserved it. George Torres deserved it. That's the position to take. He deserved to die. She loved the man. She wasn't trying to kill him.
Sounds like Laura Owens.
He also commented about.
Yes.
I was told to get a TRO from the cops in Massachusetts. I don't want to take that step because with all one, I don't like talking to cops, even when I'm the victim. But like I think that's a very large and serious step to take, you know, but and people abuse it all the time. But yeah, Sarah was nonchalant, unruffled, unfazed during the verdict and her walk, unshackling, fingerprinting, no emotion, no affect, completely unfeeling. Yeah, she's a piece of work. She's a piece of work. And hey Paul, how are you doing tonight? She is a hot mess and a half. I have to return a text real quick. So yeah. I just need to send this Oh, so much going on behind the scenes that I have a hard time keeping up with it all. But I really don't think he believes his own crap. Ooh, I didn't notice before that he was wearing an Ace t-shirt. That's karmic. Karmic. Like that's crazy. I really hope that like she's sentenced to life. I really do. Like I just can't even fathom. I just some things are, like, people do stupid crap and people are evil and people unalive each other every day in this country, every day all over the world. But like this is a particularly evil
About
way to go.
the violence, the violent episodes. It's a bunch of violent nonsense. Was his statement to you in opening statement. All this here, photographs, is a bunch of violent nonsense. You'll have to make your mind up for it. There were a couple of exhibits that I introduced late, and they were no contact provisions, where there had been a court order from a judge, not only a verbal order, but it was reduced to writing. So there was a court order for George Torres not to have any contact with Sarah. Okay. Court system got involved. They'd have no contact with George Torres. Now, I need to talk a little bit about that. And they talked about coercion, coercive control, power and control, power and control. We know about his abuse. We know he destroyed the home, the TV. We know about his jealousy. We know some of the things he said to her. We know about how he treated her dogs. Nicely when he was sober, but at times he abused the dogs or threatened to do so. If you think about power and control, when you're controlling a person, and I think she testified that he kind of smothered her, was always around her. Part of his fear was her realizing that she had enough and to leave it for good. That she would get the strength over time if she had enough time away from him, where she wasn't in control of it and he wasn't in control of it, enough time away, she would come to her senses and realize she could do better. Judge has been getting court orders all week. I didn't stop George Torres. George Torres knew he was going to lose control. If she had a bunch of time away from him, she might move on. He was willing to violate a court order to maintain control. That's George Torres. I want to show a couple of videos. I want to say something to you. Show me if we can
What
do it right.
videos are you going to show? God. I swore I was done drinking for the night, but apparently. And I promise this will probably be the only alcohol I have for like till Thanksgiving.
Do you understand?
Good night,
As
Greta.
of this moment, and until I
It says it all.
get the fuck out of here, I dare you.
Did you see
Yeah,
this?
look at it. Get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I'm gonna scream bloody murder.
I'll talk about that, Roy, in just a
Did you
second.
see him flip the switch? In that instance, where he lost it, even though the video was going. Show the next one. Thank you. Thank you, Judge. You turn it off. Can you turn it off? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to finish up right here. And Sarah Boone, I've gotten enough.
Sustained.
Sarah Boone is like any other citizen. Equal justice under the law. She should be treated like any other citizen. Fairly and impartially. Based on the circumstances she was facing at the time of this tragedy. Based on the battered spouse instruction, which is a special instruction that's given. when women
This
have
girl right here
sex
ain't buying the bull.
and trauma. That you're utilized in applying her subjective standard with a reasonable standard of what a reasonable person would do under her circumstances and using the force that she used to defend herself. I hope I hadn't missed anything. I tried my best. Sarah Boone fought back and survived. We ask that you do justice in this case and find her not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. I've tried to show you where the doubt was. I trust your judgment. We spent a long time picking the jury, 4 days. We trust you. We appreciate your service and your obligation to do your duty. You have the power and authority to right this wrong. That's what we're asking you to do. And give Sarah Boone some hope for a better life and freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any rebuttal? Yes, sir. You may proceed.
He's like, get this crap out of my way. take your shit and get out. So while they're doing this, Roy, I saw that the LADA, I watched the
Ladies and gentlemen,
hold on before he starts. I watched the press conference yesterday on Popcorn Planet. If you haven't seen it, it's telling. I thought the DA did a very good job of just using facts, but there's a couple of things, and I've talked to Rogue Mama and some other people about this, and I don't think it was necessarily wrong. I just think the timing is a little sus to me. We're going to take a deep dive into a cesspool. To just do the to just do the press conference as to the facts of the case and why you've decided to ask a judge to relook at it is completely fine. But having the family or like not testify, but get up there and only have one side of the family, the ones who want him or the ones who want them out, that's where I get a little, yeah. And the fact that he's up for re-election and no one in LA County likes him because his soft on crime policies. So to me, I don't disagree with the decision. I just think the optics are super bad. I am torn. Flash fan, there's a lot to it that we don't really know. They were being the M word, but graped, shall you say, by their dad, possibly their mom knew. It's just like I don't. Rogue Mama brought up a really good point that it's been 30 some years. If the grape was an issue, I don't I'm not upset with them taking a look at it. I just think the optics of it are really, really bad. The optics of it's 2 weeks before your election or re-elected or up for re-election. That's where I have the problem. Oh, Patrick, good night. How are you doing tonight? Roy mentioned a comment about the LADA is supporting a resentencing for the Menendez brothers who were convicted of unaliving their parents in, what was that, 89, 88? Yeah. That's true. But I don't necessarily disagree with the decision. However, the optics of bringing family members up there to thank him is just a little off from me. Hey, Musi, how are you? She was found guilty, by the way. I know you were probably sleeping or relaxing or doing something because, it's 4 a.m. where you are, almost. So, but we are going to get to the rebuttal of the closing arguments.
George Torres is dead because the defendant believed he deserved to be zipped shut in a suitcase so that she could make him feel how she felt when he cheated on her, when he choked her, and to hold him there as a captive audience, according to her testimony. Now he has to listen to me. Well, right out of the gate, there are credibility issues. Cheating to me means viewing pornography. Well, we saw cheating really means women. And the heated conversation on June 14th about these women in Facebook. And that is what leads to the arrest on June 15th. He's out whoring, Candy Crush, all the bizarre things that you see in her phone. She uses the legal system as a weapon at times. There's no denying that they are engaging in violent behavior. And it is over nonsense. It is smashing TVs. They call the police and then they're standing there looking bewildered about what to do and who to say and laughing and joking. Ladies and gentlemen, the courtroom is a place for justice, not a suitcase. The reason we have a jury system originally started with the idea that the king, the crown in England, shouldn't be able to go and incarcerate citizens on his whim. So it developed into a system where citizens would have to say, yes, you can take our fellow citizen. But the opposite is also true. A citizen cannot take another citizen's life because he or she feels like it. That likewise requires a jury to decide that it was objectively reasonable for a person of ordinary prudence and caution. Like Mr. Cacciatore argued earlier, battered spouse syndrome is not a license to kill. Past grievances, even being stabbed in the leg, so on and so forth, do not give her the license to kill. There are still laws in place about when and how this can be done in a justifiable manner. I want to talk about the most important jury instruction in this case that has not been discussed very well or thoroughly. Excuse me. However, the use of deadly force is not justified if you find that Sarah Boone used force to initially provoke the threatened use of force against herself. And we'll stop at that comment. The facts of the case that came from her own mouth, if she is to be believed, and we will explore thoroughly why you should disregard every bit of her testimony, from court to the detectives, to the 911 operator, to the doctors. Her testimony, if it is to be believed, the most favorable light that she has presented of herself, is that at the end of a Sunday fun day, where we are drinking, we're outside by the dartboard, we're doing puzzles, we're doing arts and crafts, and there finally comes a point in time where we're gonna play hide and seek. And he says, tag, you're it. Even though she's it, she goes upstairs, hides in the shower, eventually gets tired of being there, it's cold, so on and so forth, and she comes back downstairs. And as she comes back downstairs, she can see Mr. Torres fiddling to place himself inside the suitcase to try and hide for this game. And the lid is not closed and it's flapping. And out of jest, out of levity, undisputed according to her testimony, she comes over there and zips it shut. Whether it's 100% or enough for 2 fingers to get out, that is something that you decide as the jury. But there came a point in time where the fun and games was over. And Mr. Torres told her that. Babe, I can't breathe. Sarah, babe, let me out. This is all on video. We don't have to imagine this. This is all on video, 1062. At that point in time, she is using force against him that is not justified. She is the initial provocateur. She is the aggressor under the law. And what level of force is it? I can't breathe. Not let go of my hand, not get your hands off me. I can't breathe. This is no different than 2 people, maybe they're buddies at the bar, similar to an example that's given by Mr. Owens, who are wrestling, and one has another one in a headlock. And there comes a point in time where the person on the receiving end of the headlock says, that's enough, I'm tapping. George Torres was tapping, and she ignored it. And she was kind enough to tell you why. Out of anger, which translates to hatred, ill will, spite, just like that in jury instruction for second degree murder. She told you exactly why. She got angry.
Perfect.
Him saying, I can't breathe, babe, was what triggered her. Not a fear of imminent harm. Those are her own words. That is the law. These are the 2 paragraphs that solve this equation without getting up on a big whiteboard in college that's 30 feet long, 15 feet high, and a ladder, and somebody's scribbling Latin words and Greek letters for months and months to solve this huge, complicated equation. The equation is solved in 2 paragraphs. She is the initial aggressor. He is saying, I can't breathe. It is no different than a naked chokehold that she does not let go of. And she told you it's because I want him to listen to me. This is my bully pulpit. This is how he made me feel in the past. She doesn't describe it as teaching him a lesson, but that's exactly what she says. I want him to feel like I felt in the past. I want to tell him things. Ladies and gentlemen, we can play semantical games, but that is teaching him a lesson. Therefore, we have to look at the other 2 paragraphs. Because right now, plain as day, the use of deadly force is not justified if you find that Sarah Boone used force to initially provoke the threatened use of force against herself. And what force are we talking about? Well, the threat of force that she tells you she was facing was him fighting for survival, him sticking his fingers out of the suitcase, him sticking his hand out. That is the threat of force, coupled with, I'm going to end you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, she is the initial provocateur. She is the one using deadly force against him. If I have somebody in a rear naked chokehold, they are entitled to use deadly force against me to break that chokehold.
The fact that he knows what a rear naked choke is kind of intrigues me.
At least until we're separated. He had every right to say what he said. He had every right to exist and stick his hand out and try and survive to breathe another day. However, the use of force is not just not even close. The threat of force asserted towards the defendant was so great that she reasonably believed that she was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm. All right, Let's give her absolutely every benefit of the doubt, which you should. This is a criminal prosecution. The state of Florida has alleged she committed murder. You need to do everything you can to look for reasonable doubt. But a reasonable doubt is not an imaginary doubt, forced doubt, speculative doubt. So accepting that all of their past history, accepting the doctor's testimony and the limitations on what they reviewed compared to what we reviewed. We did a much more thorough review of the relationship than any of the doctors did in this case. So let's give her that first clause. Because of their past relationship, with George now fighting for his right to exist and saying that he will end her if he gets out, we'll give her that. But just like Mr. Cacciatore mentioned earlier, lawyers, words mean things to us, and they mean things to everybody, but really to us. Or an and.
Hey,
There's an
Gabby.
and. Had exhausted every reasonable means to escape the danger other than using deadly force on George.
Good to see you.
She did not use every reasonable means to escape the danger that now, after provoking him, that he was presenting to her, according to her. She didn't pick up her cell phone and start walking, call 911. She didn't do anything other than, if you believe that is why she called Brian Boone, made a phone call to Brian Boone, and unfortunately, because of past history, he just ignored her drunken phone call. She did not exhaust every reasonable means to escape this danger that she created. She started it. She created this. Other than using the deadly force on George Torres. Now, this is a weird situation. This is not a rear naked chokehold. This is a suitcase, or as Mr. Cacciatore said, a box, or actually more aptly described it as a coffin. And when you secure somebody into a box or a coffin, you can still exert that deadly force on them from a distance. I'll give you a quick example from a couple of movies that I love. In 1977 in May, a movie came out, it's called Star Wars. They eventually called it Episode 4. In the first scene, there is this large imposing figure that wears black armor. He is a government agent and he is looking for some stolen classified documents. He picks a man up who he believes is responsible for this treachery and breaks his neck and chokes him to death when he doesn't tell him where the plans are. We all understand that. That is direct force we all understand. But what we need to understand is the force she's exerting from the couch. And then when she goes up to bed, she is still exerting that force on him. She set these implementations into motion and did not stop. So later in this movie that came out in 1977, another co-employee of this dark, imposing figure, Vader, insults his religion. He does not go to HR. He takes matters into his own hands and chokes this person
Good night,
from a
Gabby.
distance. Ironically, while we're talking about force, it's the force. And then in the subsequent movie, he's like doing it from his office. He's killing his incompetent employees on different ships. Force, deadly force can be exerted from a distance in this situation. So whether she's on the couch or whether she turns in for bed, she is still using that deadly force on him. She has not exhausted every reasonable means to escape this danger. Do something. You started this. You put him in the position where he cannot breathe. She's required by the law to do something about it. Not something, everything. There was no efforts in this case. None. Or, in good faith, Sarah Boone withdrew from physical contact with George Torres and clearly indicated to George Torres that she wanted to withdraw and stop the use of deadly force. But George Torres continued or resumed the threatened use of force. That did not happen. She never withdrew from physical contact. She is still, like Vader, choking him from the couch, choking him from bed. She never withdrew that force. Physical contact includes any restraint on George Torres' movements. She never indicated that she wanted to withdraw. Sarah, babe, I can't breathe. All right, if I let you out, are you going to come out peacefully? Since I started this, I'm the one that made you not be able to breathe. That didn't happen. So ladies and gentlemen, this entire analysis about deadly force starts and ends there. She was the provocateur. These are her obligations when she starts it. She put him in fear of death. He is literally telling her, I cannot breathe. A couple other things about the law. Second-degree murder does not require proof of intent to kill. Argument was made repeatedly that she didn't intend to kill him. That has never been the state's suggestion. The because why would we suggest we prove something that we don't have to? It's not her subjective belief. Well, Sarah Boone doesn't believe that this suitcase can kill him, even though he's repeatedly said, I can't breathe. It's a person of ordinary judgment who would know, is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. A person of ordinary judgment who hears, I can't breathe, babe, Sarah, and his voice gets weaker 9 minutes later. You're on notice. This is statutory notice. Done from ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. Her words speak for herself. This was not out of fear. This was out of hatred and anger. Born out of all those horrible things that has been done to her and done to him. Understand, we're not going to belabor the past. Is of such nature that the act itself indicates a difference in human life. I don't care that you're saying you can't breathe. Fuck you. That's my name. Don't wear it out. Fuck you. It's second-degree murder. We do not have to prove the intent to kill. We have to. She intended the act. She intended the act of zipping him shut. She continued to intend that act when he said, I can't breathe. That act resulted in his death. That's a manslaughter, but then when you add in the hatred, ill will, spite, and the depraved mind, that's what makes it second-degree murder. And that 2-minute video is the textbook definition of depraved mind as we define it here in Florida. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense. You cannot feel sorry for her because they had 2 1.5-liter bottles of wine and then some from the leftovers from the day before. And quite frankly, she's blackout drunk. She's blackout drunk. She doesn't remember making the videos. She turns her phone over right to the deputy the next day because she doesn't know what's on it. She doesn't remember doing it. Another thing that we just haven't talked about much is her story. She can't be up in the shower hiding and taking a picture at 11:03 p.m., 9 minutes before the video. That portion of her story just doesn't add up. And what it shows is it's more like 20 minutes instead of 11 or 12 minutes that we know he's trapped in what turns out to be his coffin. Let's talk about her testimony at trial. And we'll talk about all the problems. A lot of her issues predated her relationship with Mr. Torres. So it's not attributable to the trauma from Mr. Torres with all the luggage she brought into the relationship. And listen to the way she talks. It's not splitting the bills. It's helping without argument. It's not cleaning up and doing Sunday chores. It's cleaning up so we can relax. It's a reward. She talks about him like he's a child.
That was my point.
Lead him to the next activity from one to the other. And then you saw the videos, and I'm not going to belabor it, that we showed in rebuttal, but the relationship and the power dynamics speak for itself. He was treated like the third dog. And it might very well have been a dog that bit and was violent, but he was treated like a dog. Why are you leaning against my door? Get out of here. Go downstairs. You're worthless. You're garbage. They showed the part of the video where he slaps the phone, but that's after 5 or 6 minutes of being berated and dehumanized in a way that nobody should be treated. He just wanted to get in bed and lay down next to his fiance. Instead, get away from the side of my door, you useless dog.
And yet he didn't leave
I thought
either.
it might be a good point in time to listen to the music. You know, when does Mr. Torres get to decide what to do? I mean, she paints this picture that he goes off and does all these things on his own, goes and buys wine when he's not supposed to, does all these things when he's not supposed to, but when does he get to do what he wants? Suitcase downstairs for a week so they can donate it. What was in their lives that was preventing them from getting that suitcase to the Goodwill or whatever? Neither one of them were.
Okay, I have to stop him there. I've had a pile of clothes that I've been meaning to list on Facebook Marketplace for weeks, and I still haven't freaking done it. And it's not that I haven't had the time to do it. I just don't care. It's not important. So I have to stop him on that point, and that's one thing I don't agree with, because sometimes I procrastinate with things that don't matter and aren't pertinent to my day. I just don't do it.
Worked. What's going on? Lucas is over there on Mondays and Tuesdays. The story about the suitcase having already been down there is quite suspect, and we will get into that more. But again,
that's not really sus.
Together, we had a great time.
Just saying.
I quote unquote, I recently took him on a trip.
If Sarah is sus for having the suitcase downstairs for a week, there's a bunch of crap right here that I need to go donate. It's still sitting there. There's an Amazon package that I have to return. I've been to town 4 times, past the UPS store 4 times. They haven't brought it back yet. It's not that I don't have the time, it's just not important. So, not to side with Sarah Boone, but that doesn't really shock me that that suitcase was downstairs for a week. Because that's me. That's me. I have the package sitting by the back door. It's about yay big. It's a swimsuit. I bought 2, decided which one I wanted. Have to return it. Still haven't done it. And we went on vacation. We got back October 6th. And I still haven't done it.
Then it comes down to the moment of truth, which we've already gone over. And it's just quite frankly inconsistent because she doesn't, there's no explanation for the picture. Her explanation at trial, when I brought it up to her, was, I just don't remember. I don't remember this period in time from the picture at 11:03 to when I was supposed to be coming down the stairs. There's a major glitch in her matrix. She shakes the suitcase. Please stop doing this to me. And then his hand gets out. Now she's the point in time when she gets angry and doesn't do what the law requires after basically choking him with his coffin. Beats him into submission with the bat and turns it back over. For the first time ever at trial, she says, I'm going to fucking end you, is what he said. She never told that to even her doctors. We've heard the arguments why she didn't tell the truth to the police and all that. And there's a lot of truth into the argument that was made. There's a lot of truth. When the argument is made that she didn't understand self-defense, what that means, what it comes across as, she makes the story change as she learns about it. When we apply the jury instructions to her statement, all 6 of them apply against her. Won't belabor this since it was discussed earlier, but did the witness have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Even at trial, she admitted that she was intoxicated for the first time. She went back and forth with the police about whether or not she was intoxicated and her standard of drunkenness and whatnot, but she was so intoxicated that she still felt the effects of it at 1 p.m. the following day. The medical examiner told you that alcohol dissipates in the average person. Everybody's different, tolerance, all sorts of things come into play, but on average, 0.015 grams per deciliter will dissipate every hour. So you can do the math. 0.015 times 14 puts her at 2.5 times the legal limit. For those reasons alone, you should not believe anything she told you. You should not believe anything she told the police. You should not believe anything she told the doctors. She was at 2.5 times the legal limit. She has a gap in her memory that's unexplained when I brought up the photograph at 11:03. You can't have it both ways. I don't remember 11:03 to 11:12, but I was upstairs in the shower hiding. Does the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Well, this ties into what we're talking about. But again, there's a glitch in the matrix, 11:03 to 11:12. Her memory is not accurate. By her own admission, I don't remember. She tells the police when they show her the video, I don't remember that happening. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? I submit when we got off script, and by we, I mean both, with both attorneys, she wasn't as honest and straightforward as when it was a very directed and smooth examination. I came out of the gate with something that was off script. Tell me about Pamela Erickson. Tell me about Christine. Tell me about Crystal. Because she's the one that said cheating to her meant pornography. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, she knew exactly who those people were and that she believed that he was cheating on them with her. And apparently she is too with some guy named Ben. When I describe this as a violent, nonsensical relationship, that's exactly what it is. It's not to downplay the violence. She got stabbed. She had minor surgery. It got infected. Those injuries are real. But they just don't apply in this case. They just don't apply when you use that self-defense instruction when she's the aggressor, if it's to be believed.
Object.
Approach.
Oh boy. I object. Of course he objects because it doesn't go with his narrative. That I hope she gets life. I mean, even 22.5 years is still, yeah. Gabby, did you happen to see the verdict? We skipped ahead and then went back. He always has a lot to say. He's like a toddler. Only toddlers are more bearable because they don't know any better. He's been a lawyer since I was 1 year old. Like, he should know better. Yeah, it's been an exhausting week, Flashman. I'm kind of over it.
Battered spouse syndrome does not have any effect on
We
this
skipped
case.
ahead.
It has no relationship to this case because she is the aggressor. She zipped him shut in the suitcase after he said, I couldn't breathe, she wouldn't let him out. Therefore, all of the instructions above that paragraph of however do not apply. They do not apply. Now, turning back to what I was saying, did the witness have some interest in how the case would be decided? Well, of course. 3 out of 4 panels that y'all came from indicated to the judge fear of punishment was more important than the fear of public speaking. It speaks for itself. She has an interest in the outcome of the case. Now let's talk about, does her testimony agree with the other evidence in the case? You do not have to accept this story. Let's pretend, as you should, because all 6 of these things, we haven't gotten to the inconsistent statements. Let's pretend her testimony doesn't exist, and you just have to look at the circumstances. The testimony from the defendant is,
There's the bat.
George Torres' head is here. You can stand if you need. He's been sitting a long time too. His head is here. His butt is kind of down here. His feet are here. And his hands and his knees are up here. He's in the fetal position, if we remember right. The hematoma on his head is on the left side. The bruises, the deep bruises on his back are on his left side. That's, you hear that? That's solid. You don't have to accept that she put those marks on him when he was in there. The evidence doesn't support it. You can conclude she used this bat when he was outside the suitcase. You don't have to believe her when she said they were playing hide and seek. You don't have to believe her because she doesn't know the rules. She came downstairs, saw what she had done, and had all the opportunity in the world to clean up whatever mess may have been at the bottom of the stairs. But ladies and gentlemen, physics doesn't lie. She can't expect you to believe her testimony about the loud boom being the day before compared to her 2 neighbors who weren't drinking, who have no interest in the outcome of the case, who suffer from none of the infirmities of her testimony. She suffers from all 6 infirmities. When her neighbors say there was a loud boom that night, there was a loud boom that night. Did it shake the wall they shared in common? It shook the wall that they shared in common. Did she have any injuries consistent with being dragged up and down the stairs the night before? No. You saw the pictures the CSI took. You don't have to accept her story about hide and seek. Something made that loud boom. It takes energy to make a loud boom. Energy that could very well be in the form of somebody going down some of the stairs, all the stairs, in the suitcase, out of the suitcase. But that's what the evidence supports, is there was a loud boom that shook the walls and interrupted a FaceTime conversation that was so loud that the girlfriend on the other end heard it. Something loud happened. And then there was silence, according to the witnesses. And they can argue that Juan Torres' testimony was great for them. It's great for the state. She was screaming at him already at 7:30 p.m. She was already on her bully pulpit. And we know she doesn't need to put him into the coffin to get on her bully pulpit. There's video after video of her on her bully pulpit telling him how it's going to be, how you're going to live your life.
Thunder
Take a
cow.
walk. Do this, do that. You don't have to accept anything she said. It's inconsistent that he received the hematoma to his head, his bloody mouth. How is his mouth getting bloodied inside the suitcase? That's protected from her and her bat. But that suitcase, a 100-pound drunk woman is not beating through the wood of that suitcase or whatever it is that's making that noise when it's thumped. Ladies and gentlemen, those injuries happen outside of the suitcase. Ladies and gentlemen, somebody or something went down those stairs. She has no injuries consistent with going down the stairs. He does. He has blunt force trauma all over him. You don't have to buy her story, and you shouldn't. The inconsistencies, I'm not going to belabor it. Your dinner is waiting in back. Let's just briefly talk about the experts, and we'll move on to the end. Dr. Brandon is absolutely fantastic. He explained everything that you all needed to know about battered spouse syndrome. And this isn't about whether one of them or both of them had battered spouse, because at the end of the day, She's the initial aggressor, and she had the duty to do the things that the law requires. But it does call into question the credibility of the past power dynamics of their relationship. Those videos speak for themselves. The officer in the last video asks him, dude, you're a guy. Why don't you do something about this woman, your wifey, who you don't want to rat on for beating you? He said, man, I'm not a beefcake. I'm not going to rat her out. There's countless examples, if you apply Dr. Brandon's testimony to Juan Torres, that really shows you the power dynamics of the relationship. He was her violent pet. Dr. Harper, I don't find much quarrel with what she says about battered spouse syndrome, and nobody should. I mean, she's the expert. But she's not Ms. Boone's treating physician. She's not her treating psychologist. The way it was described in argument, and I believe from Dr. Brandon's testimony, was she's supposed to be a forensic detective. Get to the bottom of this. She's going to come in here at trial and tell you her opinion you should rely upon. With 9 visits, she never asked the defendant what it is the victim said that put you in imminent fear of death or great bodily harm. That's the crux of the matter, doc. You're never going to ask her what it is he said or did for this grand jury instruction about threat of force or use of force. It's remarkable. And, you know, she didn't review everything that was presented to you. At the end of the day, it's your opinion that matters about this relationship. And again, we agree with Dr. Werner. It doesn't matter. She had the duty to retreat. She had the duty to take the chokehold off. And if it was too dangerous for her to directly take the chokehold off, she had the duty to do something else, everything in her power to stop him from dying, because she started it. She set it in motion. She used the force grip on him from a distance, the couch and from bed. It was her obligation to stop. She didn't. But Dr. Werner, she was called by the state of Florida after having evaluated and listened to the defendant give a similar story and concluded battered spouse doesn't apply. So she was never asked to delve any deeper into it. Given the information that she did have, the limited information, she agrees, yes, Ms. Boone has battered spouse syndrome, but it doesn't apply to the case because she was the aggressor and she did not fulfill her obligations. And really just your gut common sense. Go back to jury selection. In jury selection, there was examples about bullies day after day doing something to somebody. And somebody raised their hand and said, don't they have to do something that day? Don't they have to do something that day? And he didn't. After he was put in fear of death and told her he can't breathe, the imminent threat of great bodily harm and death she is describing to you is him fighting for his life to escape. She did not fulfill her obligations. But there's details that matter. Again, not to belabor it. I mean, the evidence in the body-worn camera and the 911 calls, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter of as who stated what. Who knows what happened between these two? You see them with the police. Can't believe anything they're saying. It's not offered to prove that she's a bad person. It's not offered to prove that Mr. Torres is a bad person. It's simply offered to call in question the reliability and credibility of what she said about the past. That's all that it's there for. But there are some nuggets and some Easter eggs. There was an argument made during closings that Mr. Torres knows not to do anything when being videotaped. Bizarrely, shortly thereafter, they showed a very edited clip of him attacking her and slapping the phone out of her hand. He knows he was being videotaped, and there was another video like it too. So to make the argument that he doesn't do anything, he's a good boy when he's being videotaped, it's belied by their own argument. They showed one of the videos. Learned helplessness. She seemed to control everything. I mean, his birth certificate, it gets torn up when he doesn't comply with her wishes. You'll see the rest of the text messages if you choose to delve into them. But I would suggest you don't have to, given the jury instruction about aggressor. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a long 2 weeks, and you are making a very, very important decision for Ms. Boone and a very, very important decision for Mr. Torres and the state of Florida and his family. He's dead. She killed him. She's admitting she killed him to have this affirmative defense if I was justified. It was not justified under our law. She does not get to decide that she has a license to kill because of her past grievances. The law requires her to stop using the force that she started applying to him. And she didn't. She didn't withdraw. She didn't tell him he was withdrawing. She didn't use every means available to try and stop this from happening. She didn't. And you know what was in her heart. She tells you it's hatred, ill will, spite, and venom. This is not a self-defense case under the law. Go back and follow the law. You cannot feel sorry for her. You cannot feel sorry for him. You cannot feel angry at her. You cannot feel angry at him. It's maddening to see their relationship. It is maddening. Nobody would want this life for yourselves or your children. It is violent nonsense, but it does not affect what she did and what her duties were under the law that night. She wanted to punish him. She did, and then she left him there. And she had an obligation, if you even believe her story about the imminent threat for him fighting for his life, she had an obligation to do something about it and not just go upstairs and let him suffocate. Thank you.
Thank you both. Members of the jury, I have some additional instructions to read to you. You would be so kind to turn to page 21 of 22.
Well,
Instruction.
I think this is where we're gonna call it because we don't need to hear the rest of jury instructions. We already know the verdict. Thank goodness that she was found guilty. I will be at some point reading through on a stream all the divorce letters. They were sent to me as a PDF of divorce letters, but they're when she was in jail. They're from 2022. I read the first one out on the they're from July of 2022, or that's where they start. They go to her ex-husband's divorce lawyer. They go to the judge in the case, Judge Dean. Like, and her first line of the Judge Dean letter is forgive me in advance. Yeah, no. Let's pass on that, girl. You're past that part of Yes, Gabby, I am considering covering the well, not considering, I am covering the Colin Griffith case. He is the teen out of Polk County, Florida, where he is accused of unaliving his mother, and he had already gotten away with killing his father in 2023 with self-defense. Then he was shipped off to his mother's house where he proceeded to unalive her. Sentencing for Sarah Boone is December 2nd at 1:30 Eastern time. I will be covering it. It's a Monday, and I have a feeling it's going to be the Mondayest of all Mondays. Yeah, Gabby, I will. Flashfan sent me the link for the hearing that just happened in the Colin Griffith case. I was looking up documents for it before that one decided to die on us, and before Hurricane Helene kind of effed with shit, for lack of a better way of putting that. It's been a hell of a 2 months, and I'm just now starting to get back in rhythm of, like, I covered the Carly Gregg case, then all hell broke loose, and then we're just now starting to, like, yeah, the court docs, last time I looked at them too, were there, but they weren't available to the public yet. So I don't know if there's in Polk County, if there's something. Orange County is super easy, but Polk County seems to be a little more delayed with when they upload things compared to when they actually release them to the public. So I'm not sure, but I'll keep an eye on it. Yes, there's also Mia Bailey, another Colin. Was born Colin, is accused of unaliving both of his parents and shooting at his brother. I'm assuming the motive would be that his mother, and I'm calling him a him because technically by gender, he still has a male genitalia. So, yeah, it is Utah, and you all know the stereotype is about Utah and the religion and the church out there. And so Colin became a Mia, and I'm assuming that his parents didn't really agree with becoming a Mia. So he decided to use a pew pew and allegedly take them out. You can fathom what you want from that, but we will be covering that one too. Oy, that one should be weird. Yeah, I don't cover Fulton County. I don't like Fulton County. I don't like any Fulton County judge. I've had people tell me that a couple of the judges are great. I don't cover anything in Atlanta because I hate Atlanta and I live in Georgia. So we don't cover Georgia cases. I would like to if I did cover Georgia cases, I would do a whole segment or a whole series of videos on Georgia judges gone wild. But since I don't cover Georgia judges or Georgia anything, I want to cover the case of the school shooter and his parents, but it's in Georgia, so I'm like, ugh. The only Georgia cases that I will be covering is like Georgia student athletes. Because Robert Thomas was kicked off the team for DV, and I really want to get into that. Because I like where the law and sports ball meet. Because I am a huge football fan. Speaking of that, I have to watch a channel that reviews film tape from a week ago. So, yeah, and that I might cover because it was before my time, so it really doesn't have a whole lot to do with current events. Yeah. Anyway, on that note, I am going to get off of here because it is an early day. It is only 11:30 compared to where we have been. Compared to where we've been, yeah, I can't keep track of that. Like my brain just wants to like, my brain just can't keep up with the YSL trial. I look at it and it's not that it doesn't interest me, but like my brain can't compute a trial that long. Like my brain just fights it. Ugh. So everybody have a great night. I am going to see who is live and send you. We're going to go to the expert. We are going to the expert. Or there's Legal Vices Griftathon. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Oh, yes. If you haven't subscribed, where'd it go? If you haven't subscribed to Musi, I would give her a huge follow. See her lives. She was amazing the other day, and we've been talking behind the scenes, and she's been telling me things that I didn't even know myself, but in looking up and doing a little talking to some people seemed to be more true than I ever thought. So, however crazy it might seem, yeah, she's definitely awesome. So let's go to Vices. Griftoween special. That just sounds like a good time. So anyway, y'all have a great night. Wherever you go, whatever you do, just know I appreciate you. And if you don't take care of yourself, you can't take care of anybody else. See you on the next one. Bye.